much, Uganda Police Fund. We'll take our seats, ladies and gentlemen.
Your Excellency, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Mr. Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, the Right Honorable Ruhakana Rugunda, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Mr. Filippo Grandi, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, Right Honorable Sam Kutesa, the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Chair of this meeting, Your Excellencies, Heads of Government and Missions, all dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Maxwell Chrysolite Kamanyire. I'll be the MC this morning together with my dear sister, who I would like to ask that you hear her voice this morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. Can you wave? Can you wave? You're in the beautiful city of Kampala. You're in the beautiful country of Uganda. Here in Uganda, we always have a smile on our face. So can we wave to each other?
Wonderful.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're most welcome to Uganda Solidarity Summit 2017 on refugees. And our theme this year is shoulder to shoulder. We're standing shoulder to shoulder with refugees, shoulder to shoulder with the rest of the world, celebrating Uganda's refugee model. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jane Kasumba, and I'm the co-MC to Mr. Maxwell Kamanyire.
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, just to re-emphasize that this summit is hosted by His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, together with the UN Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres. To start us off, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to watch a 3-minute video.
To refugees. Here, refugees are given land, allowed to work. They are part of the fabric of Ugandan society.
Uganda has had a responsibility of making sure that when they come, they feel at home. They are treated as human beings from the very beginning, and they become part of the community.
Bosco is a refugee from Burundi, where he trained as a nurse. He works at the Nakia Valley Clinic, caring for his fellow refugees and Ugandans. The clinic is an example of Uganda's policy of including refugees in government services. Primary school, refugee and Ugandan students learn together.
Since the refugees came here, they cannot understand them.
In Aruchinga, some refugees and Ugandans are running a fish farm. They sell the fish they harvest in the local market. The project helps refugees provide for their families and form lasting friendships along the way. Despite an influx of over 500,000 South Sudanese refugees over the last year, Ugandans continue to show generosity. Some farmers are giving parts of their own land.
If any refugees come to you, you help them. You give a small one for them. Let us stay together. They are our brothers and our sisters.
But this generosity comes at a cost. Each new arrival strains already scarce resources like water, firewood, and food. South Sudan is the fastest growing refugee crisis in the world. with nearly 2 million refugees spread across 6 countries. Uganda and the region are at a breaking point. Humanitarian agencies and the government have received only a fraction of the funding required to provide even basic necessities for refugees and their hosts. The crisis needs member states to honor commitments made as part of last year's New York Declaration for Refugees and Migrants. It needs a comprehensive response, with humanitarians, development actors, and the private sector working together. Uganda is showing solidarity with refugees. It's time for the world to show solidarity with Uganda.
Ladies and gentlemen, that documentary showcasing Uganda's contribution to refugees, and that's why today we're here for Uganda Solidarity Summit 2017 on refugees. We now give you Raising Voices. They need to tell you their story about the sufferings of refugees and how Uganda has helped bridge that gap.
And as they take position, ladies and gentlemen, would like to inform you that we have translation services. And Jen, would you like to communicate the channels, please?
We do have translation services in the following languages. Channel 1 in English, Channel 2 in French, Channel 3 in Arabic, and Channel 4 in Chinese. Thank you. Refugee Voices.
I dream of my country. My name is Hindio. I have been named after my aunt, whom I haven't seen since I became a refugee. I left Somalia 10 years ago. I came to Uganda when I knew no language. We came from a dark and terrifying place, but Uganda took us and enveloped us in its warm and welcoming light. At the time, we thought we had lost everything. We are 1.2 million. More are coming, and still the door is open. Uganda stands with refugees.
My name is Renild. I come from Burundi. I am 63. I live in Uganda alone. I feel loneliness. I think about the family I left behind for 10 years ago. We, the elderly, persevere, believing that God, who kept us alive, has a purpose. We do not have the force to do manual works, to walk long distances. We suffer from chronic diseases. Some of us are heading households. They are living in crowded rooms with their children and grandchildren. Thank you.
My name is Faustin. I am from DR Congo. I am father and husband. My hip joint were damaged when I was tortured in my country. My wife lost a leg in a mine explosion. Instead of going to school, my children found work to support the family. My university education does not help. I studied in French and I worked in different humanitarian organizations in my country. Simple things that you can take for granted, we cannot do, like rushing to catch public transport. Without mobility, my wife and I are reduced to wait for our children to bring bread home.
I am Salam. It means peace. I come from Eritrea. I'm a single mother with 4 children. I lay awake at night. I'm afraid the criminals will break down my door. During the daytime, I'm fine. But at night, I'm scared. I wonder, the criminals that would try to break my door as I slept will come back again. I worried also about my children's education. I'm afraid they will be kicked out of school.
My name is Faban, and it means sunshine. Salam is my mother. She is my hero. I've been in her shoes. I looked after my young sister for nearly 3 years alone because our mother had fled with our younger siblings. I was 17 years old, burdened with the responsibility until we can join to support my sister and myself, until we can join our mother in Uganda. I see mothers struggle every day, encouraging us to work hard at school, because what you want for us is to have a better life.
My name is Matek. It means life, and I come from South Sudan. I have lived in a refugee settlement with my mother and my sisters. In the refugee settlement, life was hard. There were thousands of children. They were sick, they had coughs, and they had running noses. They came to Uganda with other people. Their families had disappeared, and some were dead. They are living with strangers who later mistreat them and they take them as slaves. They do not go to school, and there's none to encourage them, and there's no anyone to guide them. But I'm happy I'm in a good school in Kampala. But I feel lonely and I miss my family. But I know I'm in the safe hands of the Ugandans.
School fees, school fees, school fees. To give our children a chance in life. My name is Sophia Mirejimale. I'm Somalian. I'm a single mother raising 6 children and my 2 grandchildren. When I came to Uganda, I know only my local language. I came to Uganda 10 years ago. I spoke no English, no Luganda.
I used to communicate a sign language, and many refugees face a language barrier. We are single mothers, struggle alone. We are carrying our family to provide food, clothes, rent, and school fees. We are carrying our children to raise without presence of the father. Thank you so much.
Sophia is my mother. She's my hero, my role model. I was 8 years old when we came to Uganda. I learned how to speak Luganda. And English. I got to study in Uganda, and Uganda became my home. But I miss my country. My dream is to go back and live a very peaceful life and invite my Ugandan friends over to enjoy my beautiful country.
I cannot go back home as the war continues, because I may end up dying. But I believe that one day I will go back home.
I dream to go back to build schools and hospitals so our children can learn and our people can stop dying. I dream also to welcome Ugandans in our country as they welcomed us. Thank you.
I dream of security and stability where my children can succeed and develop the country. I learned English. This is something I'll take back.
I dream of freedom, to enjoy the rights and also to use our skills and talents to develop our country. I dream of the universities that I see in Uganda, a place where young people can follow their dreams.
I dream that the generation, now they are refugees, will return home one day and to develop their own country. Uganda, mother country for refugees in East Africa. God bless Uganda.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a hearty round of applause, please, for Refugee Voices? You know what they say, Maxwell? These stories, they bring tears to your eyes. They soften your heart, because all of us are potential refugees.
You know, I almost cried until I looked at the face of the First Lady, who, with her motherly look, encouraged me to stay strong. But these experiences, ladies and gentlemen, is what Uganda has embraced by opening its doors to the refugees. That is why we talk about the Ugandan model. And Your Excellency would like to appreciate you, because you have made a very decisive decision not to leave anybody behind.
And I think that is what being African is all about. If I cannot welcome you to my home, then I'm not really African. And today Uganda has shown that. We are the home to 1.2 million refugees.
And can you
really
also imagine,
awesome.
Jane,
yes,
that Uganda has not only opened its doors to these refugees, but it has also opened the doors to education,
indeed,
to health,
indeed,
to social needs.
Indeed.
What a country.
What a country.
We applaud you, Your Excellency. Thank you very much for your great leadership. And now, ladies and gentlemen, another message which is well packaged in a cultural context from the Pearl of Africa, Nzizi. As an imagination of a child running from a country, and Uganda is embracing that child, as you can see the act of covering her with the national flag of Uganda.
And Uganda is embracing the child with all openness, with all sincerity.
The community pregnant with love, beauty and smiles. The society and family living in brotherhood, forgiveness and dialogue. And so is the world. Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without. The nations entangled in violence, distractions, and monologue. You rock-hearted and immoral, causing distractions, thriving on hatred rather than love, living societies in monologue rather than dialogue, creating bitterness to the survivor of the brutality. You rock-hearted. People's hope has been dashed. Families are displaced and innocent lives are claimed. In Congo, Kinshasa, Burundi and South Sudan. Imagine our neighbors in Somalia and others making fellow humans to become refugees. People fueling conflicts have rock hearts, hearts with no room for peace. We live in the Pearl of Africa, situated in the east of Africa. We dream and wish the best for Africa. Uganda, a peaceful nation, welcoming people from every nation, championing peace world over, with our dear government working with zeal to promote unity by fighting conflicts, welcoming refugees and keeping them with peace, preserving their dignity and keeping them in peace. Peace is sweet, like our sweet, so attractive as ice cream, so beautiful as a new dress. It's as bright as a midnight star, but the way to peace is dialogue. Time has come to take a step with the help of the UN, the African Union, the East African Community, and the government of Uganda. All these organizations come to save the world from this alarming situation. We shall put the people in hands of fear and tension. This is the situation of conflict. Yes, they have a sole mission to share human life and concern, to impact harmonious education, in addition to resolve conflict. But the glow of peace is fading, the hope for peace evaporating, solidarity for peace diluting. Why? But why? Why in pieces is peace, and peace in pieces? In pieces we have instead of peace. Is peace in pieces peace? What don't we have? We the peace ambassadors shall never and never give up, building bridges and breaking walls, singing and walking peace, shouting and yelling peace. We thank the United Nations and other organizations for keeping peace in nations. To refugees you have given attention. The government of Uganda thanks for the solidarity for peace. A thought of peace can change our mood. In the valley of peace are the visions of love. Humans are we having what to choose between the good and the bad. Let peace reign. Rejoice in peace. Rejoice in peace. Yes, we can appease peace.
Jane, I want you to try out that dance. As the dancers retreat, Mr. Secretary General, sir, your co-host has encouraged the development of culture in Uganda and dedicated a whole ministry to that. This is one of the testimonies. We would like to continue applauding you, Your Excellency, for the great work you have done to promote culture, which has also partly embraced the cause of refugees. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue to welcome you this morning. And Your Excellency, one of the things you have encouraged in this country is the private sector. Yesterday, Your Excellency and Mr. Secretary General, the private sector made a strong commitment to support the cause of refugees. And part of that, MTN Uganda is providing free Wi-Fi connectivity this morning. You'd like to tune in and tell the people at home that you are attending the Uganda Solidarity Summit 2017 here in Kampala. Jane, the translation.
Yes, thank you very much, Maxwell. Can we have a hearty round of applause, please, for Mazizi? You won't see these dances anywhere else in the world. They're just here in Uganda. We build culture. For those with translation gadgets, we are providing the following languages: on Channel 1, English; on Channel 2, French; on Channel 3, Arabic; and on Channel 4, Chinese. Our sincere apologies that we are not translating more, but next time certainly we will do so. Yes, Maxwell.
Jane, thank you very much. Would like to inform our guests that Uganda is a very hospitable country. At this summit, we will have coffee and tea well provided in the tents over there, courtesy of His Excellency the President and his co-host, the Secretary General. All the bills are paid for, ladies and gentlemen. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy this summit.
Enjoy the summit indeed. And Maxwell, as you're enjoying their cup of coffee, of course, here in the beautiful, beautiful Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, they can think about their pledge.
Yes.
Today, we're standing shoulder to shoulder, supporting refugees, supporting the Ugandan refugee model. We want to see you pledge towards that worthwhile cause.
There's a Ugandan proverb that even the best dancer leaves the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, we hand over to the Honorable Sam Kutesa, the Minister for Foreign Affairs. We thank you, Your Excellency, and Mr. Secretary General, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The co-hosts of the Solidarity Summit, Your Excellency Yoweri Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, His Excellency the Vice President of Uganda, Right Honorable Speaker, my Lord Chief Justice, Mr. Filippo Grandi, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, First Lady, Honorable Ministers, Members of Parliament, leaders from refugee hosting districts in Uganda, distinguished delegates and participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to warmly welcome you all to Kampala. In September 2015, at the first ever summit meeting of refugees and migrants at the United Nations, world leaders in the New York Declaration expressed the political will to save lives, protect rights, and share responsibilities for refugees and migrants on a global scale. Uganda's approach to refugee predates the 2015 summit by more than 50 years. It has shouldered its responsibility, and we are grateful that you have come from far and wide, honoring the invitation of the President of Uganda and the Secretary General of the United Nations to attend this important summit. Your presence here is appreciated because it is a sign of solidarity which we hope will translate into tangible support towards addressing the immediate needs of the refugees and the long-term needs of the communities that host them. Uganda has a story to share, and I'm sure those who participated in the field visits yesterday have experienced that story. This morning's session is in two parts. The first part is the opening ceremony, where opening statements will be made. The second session, again this morning, will be co-chaired by His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni and His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, as conveners of this summit. It is in that second part that statements will be made by delegations and pledges. It is now my pleasure to invite Mr. James Leku, the local council chairman LC5 of Ajumani, who is going to speak on behalf of 12 refugee hosting districts, and he makes a statement in about 3 minutes. Mr. James Leku.
Your Excellency, the President of Uganda, Yoweri Museveni, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished guests and participants in your respective capacities, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, before I make my statement, permit me to perform one simple function, and this is to request all the leaders from the refugee hosting districts to stand up for recognition. Please. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, we want to thank our President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for not only ushering in peace, but sustaining peace in Uganda that has made it possible for us to receive our brothers in Uganda. The refugees in Uganda are unique because we are not only receiving refugees from our neighboring countries, but we're even receiving refugees from those countries that do not border us. This is a testimony of your wise leadership and the peace that we enjoy in Uganda. Thank you, Your Excellency, the President of Uganda. I am pleased to address this summit on behalf of the 12 refugee hosting districts in Uganda. Our country is credited for having the most progressive and generous refugee policy in the world. But Uganda is now managing one of the world's largest refugee crises. Among some of the challenges being faced include looming food insecurity and limited livelihood opportunities as a result of a prolonged dry spell that led to crop failure last year. Environmental degradation due to excessive tree cutting for house construction, brick burning, and wood fuel, as well as encroachment on wetlands and forest reserves to expand land for settlement and other human activities. Pressure on the existing social services like schools, health facilities, and water sources to meet the needs of the increasing population. As a result, there is high dropout rate among school-going children and youth due to long distances to the few existing schools or lack of schools, among others. Deteriorating infrastructure such as roads, bridges, and culverts in refugee hosting areas due to the increase in road traffic arising from the transportation of goods, equipment, and people from one area to another. Not addressing the reality of urban or town refugees in refugee hosting districts who share the same services and resources with the host urban communities. If left unattended to, the situation will become dire as more pressure is exerted on the existing and limited social services. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in order to address the challenges I have outlined above, we need urgent interventions in the following areas: expanding investments in new and existing social services, health facilities, schools, water sources for domestic use and production, among others. Embarking on short and long-term infrastructural development, including roads, bridges, and culverts to accelerate socio-economic development to benefit the refugees and host communities. More financial and logistical support to the local governments hosting refugees to cater for additional and critical needs of refugees and host communities in virtually all sectors, which we had not anticipated or catered for in our respective district development plans. Environmental restoration to curb the effects of massive deforestation due to population pressure and other human activities. Support to integrated food security and livelihood programs that are beneficial to the refugees and host communities. Integrated approach to conflict prevention, resolution, and peace building aimed at long-term stability, especially in the Great Lakes region. The international community and donors will support government, UNHCR, and other relevant agencies with resources to design and implement a sustainable food security and livelihoods program for refugees and host communities. In conclusion, without foreseeable certainty of when peace and stability will return to the countries of origin of the refugees, they are likely to live with us for some time. There is therefore need to consolidate the prevailing hospitality of Uganda and the people in the refugee hosting districts. We therefore appeal for more resources to match the growing emergency response needs, as well as long-term development beneficial to refugees and host communities on sustainable basis. When we sat here listening to the voices of the refugees, I want to pledge and commit on behalf of all the local governments hosting refugees that we shall continue to pledge and give more land to receive our brothers who are running away from torment. And this we are doing because of the wise counsel of our president, who has always told us that the word refugee is alien. Time immemorial in Africa, people have always run away from leaders that they feel are not guaranteeing their safety. So we believe you are not refugees, but you are brothers who have just moved away from bad leadership. We shall continue to receive you, and we thank you very much. God bless you.
I thank the LC5 chairman for his statement. The summit will now hear a statement by Hindirio Abrokarid, a representative of refugees in Uganda. Hindirio is a 17 years old and a student at Nakasendo Senior Secondary School here in Kampala. She arrived in Uganda in 2008. You have 3 minutes to make your statement.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hindio. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The theme of my speech is sacrificed ambitions. As we were in this Solidarity Summit on refugees, Uganda became the nation with the 3rd largest refugee population in the world. This is a reflection of the conflicts, trauma, displacement and adversity that afflicts many of the citizens of our region. Whilst affected are the children. In Uganda, over 700,000 of the 1.2 million refugees are children. We fled insecurity, we fled to save our lives. In Uganda, we are no longer afraid. In Uganda, children discover hope. Uganda embraces children. Uganda allows us to go to school. Uganda gives refugee children the right to free primary education. In Uganda, refugee children also have access to pre-primary and secondary education, vocational skills training, and tertiary institutions. However, not every child can enjoy these rights. Transforming them into reality comes at a cost. For secondary school and university education, most refugees rely on very limited scholarships. The rest are forced to sacrifice their ambitions. Many schools do not have adequate classrooms, teachers, learning and teaching materials, and the supplies needed to provide good quality education. Yet we, the children in those schools, are the future leaders. We are the future doctors, teachers, engineers, presidents, technicians of this world. I would like to say, as a child, a girl, and a refugee, that education is the seed that grows into the will and the ambition to make this world a better place. Because of our experience in the classrooms, we develop the urge to give back to society. We recognize that being in a classroom is a position of privilege. We feel the burden of responsibility to be agents of positive transformation here and in our home countries. I do not want to be a refugee forever. I want to visit Uganda and other countries as a guest. and I want to receive Ugandans in my beautiful country, Somalia. This is my dream. Because I am educated, I do not define myself by the trauma, hardship, and suffering that comes with being a refugee. We children are highly resilient. When engaged in meaningful ways, we find the agency to cope and to move forward despite the hardship and the suffering. My appeal to all who are gathered here today and to those who are listening to my message is, please support Uganda as Uganda supports refugees. Please let not our ambitions be sacrificed. Please help to secure our future. The destiny of our generation is in your hands. Thank you, Uganda. Thank you for standing with refugees. God bless you. Asante sana, mwebale nnyo.
I thank Ms. Abdul Kadir for her statement. The preparations of this summit have been spearheaded by the Right Honorable Dr. Hakana Rugunda, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, whom I am honored to invite to make his statement.
Your Excellency President Yoweri Museveni, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, Your Excellency the Vice President of Uganda, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to join my colleagues in welcoming you all to this memorable occasion in the history of our country, which has hosted refugees for many decades, dating way back to the early 1940s and 1950s. On behalf of the many people who have worked very hard, many of them behind the scenes, to have this summit organized, I would like to thank Your Excellencies and heads of delegations for honoring our invitation to support the cause of our brothers and sisters who have been forced to flee their homes to seek refuge in Uganda. This Solidarity Summit on Refugees, co-hosted by Your Excellency President Museveni and the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, is coming at the time of increasing numbers of refugees coming into the country and declining resources to cater for their needs, and also to address increasing social economic pressures on the host communities. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you, Your Excellency, and Secretary General Summit. Refugees and host communities in this country will live to appreciate your efforts in mobilizing support to enable them
in order to make sure that the Sustainable Development Goals are met, that no...
I thank the Secretary General of the United Nations for his statement and his impassioned plea to you all to respond generously. It is now my honor and privilege to invite His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda and co-host of this summit, to address the summit.
Your Excellencies of State and heads of government who are here today, the Master of Ceremony, you should have introduced the presidents who are here. Maybe you should do that first.
Yes, let me introduce His Excellency Ali Bongo Ndimba, President of the Gabonese Republic. Right Honorable Godio Mohai Mesu, President of the Chamber of Deputies, Republic of Equatorial Guinea.
I must apologize to the members of the conference, because these people organize vice presidents, His Excellency the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency the High Commissioner of Refugees, all the heads of delegations, the Vice President of Uganda, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, His Lordship the Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Prime Minister of Uganda, and all the leaders. I greet you and welcome you to Uganda. We are happy that you decided to hold this big conference on refugees here in Uganda. We, the indigenous, when there was a bad ruler, king or chief, portions of the... I have heard the Christians using it recently, saying that the Ugandans want to kwimura Satan, that they want to abandon Satan, that he will remain with no people. But the kwimura was to withdraw allegiance from a bad ruler. You don't have those words in other languages. In English, I don't know. You'll have to use descriptions. And then if you kwimura the bad ruler, then you okwehonjera the good one. Okwehonjera means to pledge allegiance to a new king. If your own king is bad, you go away, you kwehonjera the one who is good. Thereafter, they would become citizens of the new area. This idea of permanent refugees is new. It is part of the colonial system. Sometimes there would be civil wars or wars of succession by our terrible chiefs. We had bad chiefs. That was our misfortune. Stupid bad chiefs. That's how we were colonized. We wouldn't have been colonized if we did not have bad chiefs. Sometimes there would be civil wars or wars of succession. The losing party would flee to another kingdom where they would be secure. To give an example, in one of our kingdoms, Buganda, there was a succession war between two princes, Semakochiro and Junju, in 1797. The faction that lost scattered all over East Africa and became citizens of new areas. There are now 6 districts in the East African countries of today where the diaspora of that conflict are now resident. They are no longer referred to as Baganda. They are no longer referred to as the original tribe. In Kamwenje district, they are called Batagwenda, with a parliamentary constituency of their own. In Ibanda, they are called again Batagwenda, with their own parliamentary constituency. In Kamwenge, they are part of the Batoro people. In Ibanda, they are part of the Banyankore people. And they said, we are no longer continuing. So they became the ones who don't continue. But Agwenda. But it's a corruption. It should be, but Agenda, the ones who don't continue. Banyaruguru refers to those who could run more and more, fleeing. Banyaruguru means the leg. They had long legs. They could run. That's what they are called now. And when I look in the audience, I see one of them, but he's a very important person. I cannot talk about it. The diaspora of Junju Semakochiro War, of the Junju Semakochiro War, did not end in Western Uganda only. Some are in Kayunga, which was not part of Buganda at that time. Others are in Palisa. In these two districts, they are called Bakenyi. Originally, Bagenyi, meaning visitors. So when they went, they were called visitors. It's now their name. Even today, they are called visitors as a group. Two other branches went to Kenya and Tanzania. In Kenya, they have a whole district to themselves known as Suba district. So if the leader of Kenya delegation doesn't know, I'm now telling you. It's known as Suba district. In Tanzania, they are part of the Musoma Kuria groups. They are called Basuba in both countries. This is a corruption of the Uganda word Abasubwa. 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 The ones who missed the throne. The ones who missed the throne, these are the people now. So out of this conflict of Semakochiro and Junju of 1797, we have now got 6 districts in East Africa where the losing party scattered. And when they scattered there, they become part of where they went. Meaning the ones who missed the throne. In all the direction of their dispersal, these Baganda became the citizens of the new kingdoms. Occasionally, the refugees could go back to their countries of origin. Prince Batwa of Ankole, a great commander, accidentally killed a person and was exiled to Rwanda. Later, the Rwanda kings, on some suspicion, killed him. But he left a son called Bukwatsi. Bukwatsi was invited back to Ankole, and his people are there now. We know them, but it's not part of the conference to talk about them. These refugees would bring new skills. When the refugees come, they bring new skills. People who don't like refugees, you ask the Americans how they benefited from refugees. One of the professors who helped the Americans to develop the nuclear bomb was a refugee from Germany. A Jew who was being persecuted by Hitler. He's the one who helped them to develop a nuclear bomb. So these refugees, when they come with skills. And if I had time, I would tell you about the skills of the refugees. But I don't have time. like making back cloth, medical skills, which the community may not have. This was our concept of making refugee, of managing refugees before the onset of colonialism. However, we are now where we are. We are not handling it in this way we are handling it. Moreover, it is not that difficult to absorb or to coexist with the refugee groups, because the entirety of the African population is comprised of only 4 linguistic groups. Some people don't know much about Africa. They say, oh, a lot of differences, what. Those are misinformed. The entirety of the African population is comprised of only 4 linguistic groups. These are the Niger-Congo group of languages, the Nilo-Saharan group of languages, the Afro-Asiatic, and the Khoisan. Khoisan are the people we call Bushmen in South Africa. These are only 4 groups. So when you see all these Africans here, they belong to the 4 groups. If you hear somebody saying that, oh, they are so different, he's telling you lies. He doesn't know what he's talking about. These linguistic groups are either similar or linked. Given our Pan-Africanist ideological orientation and the history of our people already captured above, it is not such a difficult problem to absorb or coexist with the refugees from within Africa. Nevertheless, the sudden large numbers of refugees present the following problems. And I was happy to hear the chairman. Was he from Yumbe? Ajumani. I was happy to hear him saying that these are not refugees. These are our brothers who have got a temporary problem in their land. That's what he said. I heard him. Because that man, that chairman, he must be a Mahdi. He is most likely to be a Mahdi. The refugees who are coming from South Sudan are Mahdis in that area. They are the same people. The people you saw at that big camp, Bidi, the one in Yumbe, the one with the biggest number, those are the tribe of Idi Amin, but from South Sudan. Because only a smaller part of Idi Amin's group are in Uganda, the majority are in South Sudan, the majority are in Congo. But nevertheless, although they are the same people with these people here, they are the same with our people, but because they come all of a sudden, and we have been planning for these 40 million who are here, whom colonialism put here, because colonialism said this is Uganda. When the Europeans met in Bahrain, said this is Uganda, we say, okay, thank you very much. This is Congo. This is Sudan. So we are managing the plot which was allocated to us. Since that is the plot we have been planning for, when people come from the other plots, we have not planned for them. So what we do now? It becomes a small problem. It's a big problem because people can die. So the problems which we must cope with, number one is feeding them. The people must be fed. Shelter. Shelter is a big problem. Providing energy for them, for cooking, for lighting, so that they do not destroy the environment by cutting the trees. Water for household use and for production. Allowances for clothing and other household needs. Education for knowledge and skills, so that having lost property in their home countries, especially for the children and the youth, do not lose time for knowledge and skills acquisition. That's very, very crucial for the children. Yes, the families have lost cows, they have lost goats, where they came from, but let them not lose opportunity to get education and skills. We saw this with the Rwanda refugees. When the Rwanda refugees came here in 1960, some of them were children, like President Kagame, who is the president of Rwanda now. He must have been like 2 or 3 years old. And they stayed here for 30 years. But because many of them had got education, when they went back, it was easy for them to be useful for their country. So education and skills, this is something that, unlike cows and goats, skills and knowledge only go from you when you die. When they put you in the grave, that's when you lose your skills. But you can lose cows, you can lose goats, you can lose houses, but skills and knowledge, they are part of you until you. So that's very, very crucial for the refugee children to get education and skills, so that they don't lose that time. And you have seen them. This girl here was speaking Uganda, was speaking in Uganda here, the Somali girl. She has learned English. You can hear her speaking English very well. She has made new friends. If she gets skills or entrepreneurial skills, those will be with her for life. Health, immunization, treatment, and all that. So these are the immediate needs. If the international community assists us to cope with these challenges, we shall manage as we have always done in the past. Currently, Uganda is hosting the following numbers of refugees: 950,000 refugees from South Sudan, 216,612 refugees from the Congo, Kinshasa, DRC, 3,294 refugees from Sudan, Khartoum, 36,278 refugees from Burundi, 35,941 refugees from Somalia, 14,899 from Rwanda, 12,654 refugees from Eritrea, 3,080 refugees from Ethiopia. Altogether, there are 1,271,000 refugees in Uganda. In terms of avoiding conflict with the rural populations of Uganda, we discourage rural migration of refugees beyond the gazetted camps. In terms of strategy, that's what we should be careful about. We should not allow a situation to develop where there are conflicts in the rural areas. So once we say the refugees stay in this gazetted area, it's good they stay there, because the rural areas are a bit sensitive. That's where the tribes live. The tribes are mono-skill. They only know agriculture. They don't have other skills. They are not traders. They are not. So we don't want conflicts with the tribes. So therefore, we discourage rural migration beyond the gazetted areas, the ones we have allocated. However, when they have skills and capital, and that's why our policy is of interest, when they have skills and capital, our African brethren that are unfortunate to be refugees can locate to the urban centers and participate in the sectors of industry, services. If you go for haircutters, you find they are coming from one country. The Somali, all these Somali people, the 40,000 or so I'm talking about, they are not in the rural areas. They are here in Kampala. Because they came with their skills of transport, of hotels, of... Now, in other countries, you find that even if somebody has got a skill, they say, no, you must go back to the refugee camp. That one we don't accept. We don't accept that. And those countries are actually denying themselves skills, because these people sometimes have skills which the local people don't have, or discipline, even if they have the skills but the discipline. So therefore, with the skills and the capital, the mobility of the refugees in the hosting country like Uganda is easier. They can go from the rural to the urban. And the urban are not as sensitive as the rural, because the urban areas are cosmopolitan. There are so many people. The refugees also become just an additional group. So the sectors of industry meaning manufacturing, big or small, services, transport, hotels, shopkeeping, all those services, ICT, those are areas that are easier for them to move in without creating local conflict. The international community should assist those who are able to acquire that mobility. If the people can acquire that mobility, they should be assisted. The hosting districts of Uganda should also be rewarded. Especially in the area of road infrastructure, the government of Uganda is already doing most of the development required. On account of many demands, however, there are certain roads that overnight become of high demand because of the sudden big numbers in the area on account of the influx of refugees. A road was a Maramu road being used by 100,000 people. Now all of a sudden 500,000 people descend there. So the Maramu road is no longer enough to cope with the numbers. So here, I know NXCR doesn't have money for roads, but you work with me and we lobby those who say they have money. There are people who move around, they say they have money. So let's work together and say, if you have money now. So I have two roads in particular. We shall bituminise them, but in a few years' time. If we want to please these local people, the villagers, there are two roads, Moyo, Yumbe, Koboko, in the neighborhood of the famous Bidbid camp in the Yumbe district that is hosting 272,000 refugees today. And Kabingo, Rugaga, Magabi, Rakai, that starts from the famous NTV refugee settlement camp that looked after the Rwanda refugees between 1960 and 1994, and is still hosting different waves of subsequent refugees. If we could work together and made these two roads, hard surface roads, quickly, without waiting for the slower program of the Uganda government, the locals there would be very happy. The Uganda government would eventually do these roads. If, however, the international community was to expedite that process, and we informed our people in the areas, they would understand that their hospitality has not been in vain. Finally, a word on the factors that cause refugees to flee their countries of birth. The poor African people either flee from bad governments or from criminal terrorist groups or from both. Sometimes, of course, they may flee from drought, which is easier to understand because it is not man-made. If people are running away from drought, then that one is understandable. It's not man-made. You can say it is man-made in the long run because Africa should irrigate. We should not depend on the rain. But at least that one is more excusable. It is the man-made crises that are totally unnecessary and should be condemned. The regional mechanisms, if actively used, supported by the international community, can help resolve the man-made crisis. Hence, the Great Lakes and the United Nations are supposed to handle the endless man-made crisis in the Congo. My neighbor here, we are supposed to handle, including the occupation of Eastern Congo by terrorists from Uganda, other East African countries, Congo itself, and I hear now even from Somalia and from the Middle East. The IC, the International Conference of the Great Lakes, and the UN have been totally unuseful in this long-standing tragedy in that area. IGAD is trying to handle the problem in South Sudan. President Salva Kiir has additionally mandated me to deal with certain aspects of that crisis. The East African community is handling the problem of Burundi. I appeal to the government of Burundi to make our work easier than it has been up to now. The Burundi-Arusha agreement was guaranteed by the East African governments. That agreement was guaranteed by East Africa. We said this agreement will be maintained, and we guaranteed. Any failure there will in part be our responsibility, will be the problem of East Africa. Because we would have guaranteed something that did not work. The problem of Somalia, where we are, rests more with the Somali leaders. Otherwise, the IGAD, the African Union, and the international community have done a lot to save Somalia from the demonic groups that had overrun that country. If the Somali leaders could use the solidarity of the Africans and the world to revive the pillars of the Somali state, the army, the police, the civil service, and so on, and form patriotic parties, the terrorists could be defeated completely, and Somalia's recovery would be irreversible. Bad politics, utilizing the pseudo-ideology of opportunistically exploiting identity of religion and tribes, is behind most of these crises. These crises are caused by defective ideology. The ideology of exploiting identity instead of distilling people's interests and pushing them. The ideology of sectarianism in Africa must be condemned. Uganda suffered from those mistakes. A great deal until we formed the student movement in the 1960s that rejected the pseudo-ideology of exploiting identity and emphasized the ideology of pushing for the legitimate interests of our people: development, peace, wealth creation, market access, education, health, etc. It is that movement of patriotism as opposed to sectarianism, and of Pan-Africanism as opposed to parochialism, that helped us to rescue Uganda. The leaders, both in government and opposition, of the suffering countries have a very serious historic responsibility to end this hemorrhage and the suffering of the poor African peoples affected. Sometimes people talk about the governments. Governments are making mistakes here, but you get a situation, if the government is bad, but there is a good opposition, then there is hope. But in some of these situations, you find the government is bad and the opposition is worse. So where will the hope come from? So those who want to study these issues, don't only look at the government, look also at the opposition. What are they talking about? Because here we were fighting Idi Amin for many years. From 1971, you could even say from 1966, we were in permanent crisis here until 1986. But you could see that within the political, thank you very much, you have opened those curtains. If you could open more there, then we would get the breeze of the lake instead of this prison where you have put us. But you could see that there were germs of a better organization in the opposition. But when the opposition is bankrupt, the government is bankrupt, so what do we do? With these few words, I thank the international community for this Solidarity Conference, and I wish the conference success. Merci beaucoup.
I thank His Excellency the President for his statement. At this point, I'd like to inform Your Excellencies and distinguished participants that we need to proceed to the second part of this morning's session, which will be co-chaired by the co-hosts of this summit, President Museveni and Secretary General Guterres. During this session, heads of delegations will deliver their remarks and make pledges. I would like to appeal that the statements are shorter because there is a number of people who have already inscribed speak, and some of them are down at the bottom of the list, but they may have deeper pockets. We shall only use the list of speakers drawn up for this meeting. The list is based on requests received earlier. However, delegations that had not requested can inscribe on the at the Secretariat on that side. So, Your Excellency, President Museveni and Secretary General Guterres, I invite you now to take over and chair the session.
It is my pleasure to give the floor à Son Excellence le Président Ali Bongo Ondimba, Président de la République du Gabon.
Monsieur le Président de la République d'Ouganda et chers frères, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État, Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de gouvernement, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais, pour commencer, saluer l'initiative qui nous réunit ce jour. L'organisation de cette conférence de haut niveau est consacrée à la situation des réfugiés et des personnes déplacées, une problématique de grande importance pour l'Afrique en général et pour le Gabon en particulier. Je tiens à féliciter chaleureusement Son Excellence Monsieur le Président Yoweri Museveni, Président de la République d'Ouganda, pour cette excellente initiative et à exprimer ma profonde gratitude au gouvernement et au peuple ougandais pour les marques d'attention dont la délégation qui m'accompagne et moi-même sommes l'objet depuis notre arrivée. Qu'il me soit permis aussi de rendre un hommage particulier et vibrant à M. Antonio Guterres, secrétaire général des Nations Unies, qui ne ménage aucun effort depuis sa prise de fonction en vue de donner un contenu plus densifié à la question humanitaire. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, la présente conférence se tient dans un contexte mondial marqué par une crise humanitaire sans précédent, notamment l'accroissement substantiel de la population des réfugiés et des personnes déplacées. L'Afrique, notre continent dont plusieurs pays font face aux conflits, aux crises internes, au terrorisme et à certaines épidémies telles que la fièvre hémorragique à virus Ebola, abrite les 3/4 de la population mondiale des réfugiés et des personnes déplacées. Les crises et les tragédies qui se sont succédées dans l'histoire de l'Afrique lui ont permis de forger une culture et une tradition solide de générosité à l'égard des réfugiés et des personnes déplacées sur notre continent. Les nations africaines ont toujours accueilli, protégé, encadré, administré des soins et trouvé des solutions durables aux problèmes des réfugiés et des personnes déplacées du continent. Je saisis d'ailleurs l'opportunité qui m'est offerte pour rendre un hommage mérité au peuple et au gouvernement d'Ouganda, tout en saluant l'excellent leadership du président Museveni pour toutes les mesures prises en vue de faciliter l'accès et le séjour d'une population de réfugiés et des personnes déplacées aussi importantes sur son territoire. Mesdames et Messieurs, selon les estimations de l'ONU, 250 millions de personnes seront d'ici 2050 forcées de s'exiler à cause des bouleversements du climat. Les changements climatiques vont devenir de plus en plus l'un des principaux facteurs, sinon le principal, des migrations et déplacements de populations dans le monde. L'Afrique, déjà assez fragile, risque de voir sa situation se détériorer davantage au motif de l'impact économique et humain des catastrophes naturelles sur nos pays, et en particulier sur les pays d'Afrique subsaharienne. C'est donc le lieu de lancer un appel en vue de procéder à la formulation d'une stratégie continentale sur la problématique de la migration climatique. Les effets environnementaux des changements climatiques sur le continent sont déjà visibles. Sur les bords du lac Tchad, l'assèchement oblige les communautés d'éleveurs à s'expatrier loin de leur habitat traditionnel en vue de trouver eau et pâturage. Ces déplacements des populations pourraient se généraliser sous peu dans la plupart de nos sous-régions avec des risques de sécheresse, d'inondations et catastrophes naturelles. Le Gabon, mon pays, a toujours apporté sa modeste contribution dans les efforts visant à trouver des solutions aux défis humanitaires. En effet, mon pays est depuis plusieurs années une terre d'accueil pour les réfugiés avec plus de 23 nationalités et se distingue par son implication dans la résolution de crises en Afrique en général et dans la sous-région de l'Afrique centrale en particulier. Mon pays a toujours facilité l'accès de ses frontières à des personnes en quête d'une terre d'accueil. Cette volonté se traduit par un respect strict du principe de non-refoulement, quel que soit le pays d'origine du demandeur d'asile. Aujourd'hui, le Gabon offre une protection aux personnes qui présentent des demandes d'asile et prend également part aux initiatives internationales visant à prévenir l'émergence de situations créant des réfugiés. Comme l'a souligné le président Yoweri Museveni, la communauté internationale doit se montrer encore plus solidaire des pays qui continuent d'accueillir sur leur territoire des milliers de personnes en difficulté. La résolution des crises humanitaires passe nécessairement par la mise en place de mécanismes efficaces de prévention de conflits, des financements innovants et prévisibles, l'adaptation des législations nationales et l'implication des populations affectées dans les politiques humanitaires. Les mécanismes de prévention permettraient d'éviter la prolifération des conflits et de lutter efficacement contre les nouvelles menaces à la paix et à la sécurité internationale telles que la piraterie maritime, le terrorisme, le trafic illicite des espèces de la faune et de la flore et les changements climatiques. De même, de nouvelles formes de financement basées notamment sur des partenariats publics-privés aideraient à pallier les insuffisances des ressources naturelles et à répondre efficacement aux défis humanitaires. Il nous faut, au travers des Nations Unies, faciliter la mise en place d'un système humanitaire inclusif, transparent et durable qui garantisse une protection et une assistance optimale aux populations en situation de crise. Monsieur le Président de la République d'Ouganda, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais conclure en appelant de mon vœu l'établissement d'un système humanitaire plus équitable qui non seulement tiendra compte des préoccupations de l'Afrique, mais rétablira en outre le respect des principes qui définissent notre humanité. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. It's now my pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Edgar Chagwa Lungu, President of the Republic of Zambia.
Your Excellency, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency, the United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Mr. Filippo Grandi, UNHCR Commissioner, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates. It's an honor to be with you today at this Solidarity Summit on Refugees. On behalf of my delegation, I wish to express gratitude to the government of the Republic of Uganda, the Office of the United Nations Secretary General, and the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees for organizing and inviting Zambia to this very important summit. This occasion presents a great opportunity for us to show solidarity amidst the refugees crisis in Uganda and to seek ways of supporting the Ugandan government and its people in undertaking this onerous responsibility. It is also a time to reflect and share experiences through this high-level dialogue on the implementation of the comprehensive refugees response framework in Uganda. Your Excellencies, Zambia recognizes the great sacrifice that the people and the government of the Republic of Uganda have made in providing sanctuary to people who have been displaced and forced to flee their homes due to conflict and violence in their countries. Coming from a country myself that has been home to more than 300,000 refugees in the past, we understand and appreciate the strength that comes with hosting large numbers of refugees. In this regard, we applaud the innovative approaches that Uganda has adopted in responding to the increased pressure on the current operating environment. The rapid increase in the number of refugees, especially those from South Sudan, has put to a test the resilience of your government's open door policy and the hospitality of the people of Uganda. Yet during this time, you have demonstrated that you remain committed to providing a home to the refugees and putting at their disposal your national resources. By calling for this summit to garner support for what you have already been doing in such an exemplary manner, it is clear that you are determined to continue with this good work. Our answer is that you must not do this alone, Mr. President. We must all join Uganda in supporting this noble undertaking in whatever little way we can. Your Excellencies, we are here to support Uganda in this noble cause, as the influx has doubled the refugee population in the country to just over 1,200,000, as you have already heard, making Uganda the largest refugee hosting nation in Africa. You have already heard that it's the third in the world. It goes without saying, Mr. President, that receiving and managing such a large number of refugees requires a huge amount of resources. I therefore wish to echo the call for solidarity and burden sharing. We further implore the international community to throw its weight and commitment by increasing their support to Uganda. On its part, on our part, that is Zambia, we stand ready to share our experiences and expertise in the area of refugee protection, having ourselves been a long-standing home to refugees from neighboring countries in the region, as well as from the Horn of Africa for over 50 years now. In this connection, I would like to assure the government of Uganda of our preparedness to share experiences in finding durable solutions for cases that may be protracted. As you may be aware, Zambia is currently implementing phase 2 of a model local integration program for former Angolans and Rwandan refugees who are not willing to return to their countries of origin and are being given permanent residence and land on which to settle. We may also shortly consider extending the offer at local integration to refugees from the Democratic Republic of Congo who have been in Zambia for 10 years or more, and for women returning to their country which they see as not a viable option. Furthermore, Zambia has passed a new refugee law in order to align our domestic legislation with the 1951 Convention relating to the status of refugees and its 1967 protocol, as well as the 1969 OAU Convention governing the specific aspects of refugee problems in Africa. Our new Refugees Act of 2017 was passed by Parliament in April this year after extensive consultations with all stakeholders as part of our endeavor to strengthen the asylum system by guaranteeing a wide range of rights for refugees and asylum seekers in Zambia. Your Excellency, as I conclude, I wish to state that notwithstanding the challenges that we all face with regard to refugee protection, Zambia reaffirms its commitment made in September 2016 at the Leaders Summit in New York to maintain an open door policy and ensure that refugees were protected and have access to education and livelihood opportunities. At the same time, as recognized by all governments represented at the United Nations High-Level Summit on large movements of refugees and migrants in New York last year, there is a need for the international community to consistently and adequately support governments that host refugees in a sustainable and predictable manner. Zambia, therefore, stands ready in the spirit of Ubuntu and Pan-Africanism to support your government, Mr. President, in any way possible. We're a poor country, but we'll still support in our own way. May I also take this opportunity, Your Excellency, to state Zambia is currently holding the chair of the African Union Peace and Security Council for the month of June. And it is in this context that I wish to underscore the need for our continent to continue investing in peace, because it is the absence of peace and its consequences of conflict that lead to the undesired effects which manifest in refugee movements. It's time we learned to preserve peace. Like we have said, let us look at issues of governance which facilitate peace. Democracy has come to stay in Zambia, in Africa, I believe, but all of us should work towards doing our best. Let me echo your words, Mr. President. If you have a hopeless opposition, that's a recipe for disaster, because people have no choice. Zambia will, for its part, endeavor to work with others to promote peace, good governance, and sustainable development, which our people so badly need, and for which posterity will judge us harshly if we fail. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mohamed Abdullahi, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia.
Your Excellency Yoweri Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellencies, Head of State and Governments, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, UHCR Commissioner, Excellencies and distinguished guests, delegates and ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking His Excellency Yoweri Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, for hosting the Uganda Solidarity Summit for refugees. I would also like to thank His Excellency Antonio Guterres, the United Nations Secretary General, for co-hosting this summit and for his commitment to the well-being of refugees everywhere. Yesterday and earlier today, I met with many successful Somali businessmen and women in Kampala who told me of the freedoms and liberty that Somali's refugees enjoy in Uganda. They enjoy the freedom to engage in commerce, own properties, raise their family peacefully, and most importantly, contribute to the economy of this great nation. This once again proves that Somalis are resilient and entrepreneurial by nature. It's uncommon for refugees to work so tirelessly and to develop themselves to the point of participating in business and helping to improve the economy of the host nation. Their success also demonstrates that our brothers and sisters in Uganda are both welcoming and hospitable. If Uganda had not granted our refugees the freedom of movement, the right to own land, the right to seek employment, and to establish businesses, my people would have been unable to achieve so much. In addition, our generous host has provided access to public service, including education and health, and has eased the process of obtaining permits and other documents. Mr. President, we are very grateful for that. As we all know, Uganda is one of the countries contributing troops to AMISOM peacekeeping forces in Somalia. Uganda troops make daily sacrifice to bring peace and stability to Somalia. We are immensely indebted to the government of Uganda and its people for the unconditional support. Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda hosts over 1 million refugees. Among them are close to 40,000 Somalis. We acknowledge that accepting 1 million refugees while ensuring hosting communities are hospitable and friendly is not easy. However, Uganda is living up to its international obligations, even with ongoing influx of more refugees. We must also acknowledge that it will be difficult for Uganda to continue its progressive refugee policy without robust support from the international community. We therefore urge the international community to support Uganda's effort to meet the immediate humanitarian needs of refugees and long-term needs of both the refugees and the communities hosting them. Uganda's progressive refugee laws exemplify the fact that, given the opportunity to integrate, refugees will turn their lives around. Somali refugees have proved to the world that they have the skills to become economically self-reliant. I ask all refugee hosting countries to grant access to the same social services that their own people enjoy, and give refugees the chance to develop themselves and contribute. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, Somalia is making progress. Today, Somalis everywhere have huge expectations from my new administration. I intended to fulfill the pledges I made to the Somali people that we will overcome the enormous challenges and hardship we are facing and restore Somali's glory. I am convinced that Somalis have what it takes to make that happen, which is peaceful and prosperous nation again. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I now have the pleasure of giving the floor to Mr. Alexander De Croo, Deputy Prime Minister of Belgium.
Dear Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me first start by thanking President Museveni and Secretary General Gutierrez for convening this Solidarity Summit. I think it comes at one of the worst moments in our humanity. We are faced to an incredible humanitarian crisis, and at this moment our humanity really is at play. And I would like to use this floor to share three thoughts with you this morning. First of all, an element about solidarity. This is the very reason why we are here today, to show solidarity with the millions of people who had to flee their homes because of brutal slaughter, tribal conflict and extreme famine. But also solidarity with the Ugandan government and the Ugandan people. Belgium has increased its humanitarian budget to the highest budget it has ever had. We have seen that the Belgian citizens have been very generous through a fundraising campaign, which has led to a total budget which we already have committed over the last months of 44 million euros for the 4 famines combined. And we also know that the European Union has been stepping up its efforts as the most important humanitarian donor for this humanitarian catastrophe. But all these efforts can never go compared to what the neighboring countries, such as Uganda, are doing. Faced with the cry for help from their South Sudanese brothers and sisters, they did not look the other way. Uganda did not seek for excuses not to help. Uganda did not close its borders or build walls. Uganda did help. The Ugandese people did what humans should do. They opened their arms and welcomed the refugees, often in difficult and very challenging circumstances. A human yet remarkable gesture that should inspire all of us. Second, only delivering humanitarian relief is and cannot be the final answer. We have to tackle the root causes of this crisis. That means ending this horrendous conflict. That means getting around the table and making compromises. Peace does not come automatically. It requires leadership, hard work and courage, but above all, it requires commitment. In the first place, commitment from the South Sudanese political class, government and opposition. There really is no excuse for keeping an entire population in a murderous hold. This is the message which I have given to the South Sudanese leaders when I was there beginning of this week. But also the region has a role to play, to pressure, to facilitate and to foster real peace. And of course, we have to tackle impunity and strengthen accountability. There will never be peace in South Sudan if there is still an atmosphere of impunity, and we have to make sure that we break that cycle of impunity. Finally, my last thought. Belgium has been a partner of development with Uganda since 1995. By focusing on education and on health, we're well placed to link emergency aid with long-term development. Humanitarian aid is important for the short term, but we have to look beyond tomorrow and keep building a future when human development can bring prosperity for all of us. I really would like to emphasize the very innovative and very generous attitude that Uganda has shown in this conflict. And I think the international community should continue to bring humanitarian relief, but everyone should be faced to its responsibility. And that responsibility is bringing help, but that responsibility is also bringing peace. And bringing peace can be facilitated by the international community, but it can only be brought by the South Sudanese themselves. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I now have the pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Hazabu Mohamed Abdel Rahman, Vice President of the Republic of Sudan.
فخامة السيد يوري كافورن موسيفيني رئيس جمهورية يوغندا الصديقة، أصحاب الفخامة، السادة الرؤساء ورؤساء الحكومات، معالي السادة الوزراء وممثلي والوفود، سعادة السيد الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة أنطوني غوترياس، سعادة السيد المفوض السامي للاجئين فايبرت جراندي، السيدات والسادة، اسمحوا لي في البدء أن أتقدم بأسمى آيات الشكر والتقدير لحكومة وشعب يوغندا، حكومة يوغندا الصديقة والشقيقة، على استضافة هذا المؤتمر، مؤتمر التضامن مع قضايا اللاجئين، والذي يعبر عن التضامن الدولي والأفريقي لمخاطبة قضايا اللاجئين. وهنا لا بد من الإشادة بالجهود التي تبذلها حكومة أوغندا الشقيقة في مجال استقبال وتقديم الخدمات للاجئين على أحسن نموذج في اندماج مع المجتمع وتقديم الحماية والكفالة لهم اللازمة. كما نعرب عن تقديرنا لمكتب الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، وإنه من حسن الطالع أن السيد الأمين العام أنطوني غوتيريوس قبل سنين عديدة أو قليلة كان هو المفوض السامي للاجئين، فيدرك تماما أبعاد وتعقيدات قضايا اللاجئين الإنسانية والاجتماعية وغيرها. كما نعرب عن تقديرنا لمكتب أيضا مفوض السامي للاجئين على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر الكبير. تأتي هذه القمة في سياق القمة الإنسانية العالمية التي انعقدت في مايو 2016 باسطنبول، وتوجد بإعلان نيويورك حول اللاجئين والمهاجرين في سبتمبر 2016. كذلك لا يفوتني هنا أن نثمن الدور الذي تلعبه المفوضية السامية للاجئين ومجهوداتها السامية ووكالات الأمم المتحدة المختلفة، برنامج الغذاء العالمي واليونيسيف وكل المنظمات العاملة في هذا المجال. السيد الرئيس، تواجه القارة الأفريقية في الوقت الراهن واحدة من أكبر حالات الطوارئ الإنسانية على مستوى العالم وأكثرها تعقيدا، لا سيما وأن ظاهرة اللجوء قد أصبحت من أهم القضايا الإنسانية ذات الأبعاد السياسية والاقتصادية والاجتماعية والأمنية، وتنشأ هذه الظروف نتيجة للنزاعات والحروب والكوارث الطبيعية المرتبطة بالتغيرات المناخية. السيد الرئيس، إن مخاطبة الأسباب الجذرية والأساسية للنزاعات المسلحة منع التدخلات الخارجية تعد أولوية وخطوة هامة في هذا الاتجاه الصحيح لبناء السلام المستدام. تتحمل الدولة المسؤولية الأولى في حماية مواطنيها، خاصة عند اندلاع النزاعات، وهي الركيزة الأساسية لتحقيق الأمن الغذائي والخدمات وفق الأجندة الدولية 2030. إن مشاركة المجتمع الدولي وتفعيل مبدأ تقاسم الأعباء والمسؤوليات مع الدول المضيفة هو مبدأ إنساني نقر به، ولكننا ندعو المجتمع الدولي من هذا المنبر، منبر التضامن مع اللاجئين، أن يحول هذه الشعارات إلى حقيقة ماثلة على أرض الواقع، وأن ينهض بمسؤولياته تجاه دعم الدول الأكثر تأثرا بتواجد اللاجئين، وذلك بتقديم الدعم الاقتصادي والبيئي لتمكين الدول المستضيفة للاجئين من تنفيذ التزاماتها وفق الأعراف والمواثيق الدولية والإقليمية المتعلقة باللاجئين. وهنا نؤكد في هذا الصدد على أن الدور القيادي والتنسيقي الذي تطلع به المفوضية السامية للاجئين وندعم خطط المفوضية حول حماية اللاجئين من التهجير القسري، وندعو إلى المزيد من التعاون والتنسيق وتقاسم الأبعاد والأعباء والمسؤوليات في مجال معالجة الأزمات الإنسانية، لا سيما أن المجتمعات الأفريقية لا تزال تواصل استضافة اللاجئين من خارج الحدود بالرغم من الفجوة الهائلة في المجال التمويل الإنساني في ذلك الوقت الذي تتفاقم فيه الأزمات السارية والجديدة. كما نؤمن على أهمية مساهمة المفوضية في عملية الربط بين المساهمة الإنسانية والتنموية في بلدان المنشأ التي تهدف لتسهيل العودة الطوعية للوطن كحل أمثل لمشكلة اللجوء، وتشجيع المفوضية للتوسع في مجالات استخدام فرص إعادة التوطين كوسيلة من الحماية الدولية لمعالجة قضايا اللاجئين. سيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة، السيد الأمين العام، ظل السودان يستقبل أعداد كبيرة من اللاجئين من أكثر من 5 عقود من الزمان، وتجاوز تلك الأرقام 3,600,000 لاجئ من عدد من الدول، إريتريا وإثيوبيا وجنوب السودان وتشاد، حتى في السابق كانوا في لاجئين من الكونغو ومن أوغندا ومن غيرها. والسودان يرحب باستقبال اللاجئين بصدر رحب. وهنا تأكيد الالتزام الإنساني كدولة طرف في الاتفاقية 1951 المتعلق بأوضاع اللاجئين والبروتوكولات الملحقة بها، استقبل السودان على أراضيه أكثر من هذا العدد. وهنا ظاهرة النزوح الجنوبي في السودان مختلفة للآتي: لأنهم قبل سنين قليلة كانوا هم جزء من المجتمع السوداني، وعليه لما عادوا إلى مناطقهم، إلى أصدقائهم، إلى جيرانهم، إلى علاقاتهم، لم يستقروا في المعسكرات. لذلك الآن يوجد لدينا أكثر من 2,600,000 جنوبي موجودين في السودان، في زي 1,300,000 عادوا خلال العام 2016، ولكن 1,100,000 ديل موجودين لم يعودوا أصلا حتى بعد الاتفاقية. وهنا لابد أن نخاطب المجتمع الدولي في أهمية الوقوف في تنفيذ التزاماته. وهنا أشير لأن الدعم المنظمات الدولية في السودان أقل من 20% من احتياجات اللاجئين، والسودان أعلن استعداده وساهم في دعم اللاجئين وساهم في فتح المعابر لنقل الإغاثة من السودان إلى جنوب السودان، والسودان ساهم مساهمة عينية ومادية في دعم اللاجئين، وأعلن قيام لجنة عليا برئاسة نائب رئيس الجمهورية وعمل نداءات وقوافل لدعم الإخوة الجنوبيين المتأثرين بالحرب وبالمجاعة في بلادهم حتى نقلل أثر اللجوء. ولذلك السودان يرى أولا القضايا الجذرية لحل هذه الظاهرة وتعزيز السلام والاستقرار عبر الحوار، توفير الخدمات الأساسية والتنمية. ومن هنا هذا المؤتمر العالمي والدولي نناشد المجتمع الدولي لتعزيز عمليات السلام والحوار والاستقرار، ووقف في دعم الحرب، ووقف في دعم تمويل الحركات المسلحة. والسودان يعلن دعمه وتضامنه مع يوغندا، والسودان يعلن دعمه وتضامنه مع قضايا اللاجئين. وشكرا جزيلا. سانتي سانا ميرسي بوكو. Thank you very much.
Shukran. La palabra al señor presidente de la Cámara de Diputados de la República de la Guinea Ecuatorial, señor Gaudencio Mohaha Mesu.
Muchas gracias. Son Excellence, Monsieur Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, président de l'Ouganda. Excellent Monsieur Antonio Gutiérrez, secrétaire général de l'ONU. Excellent Monsieur le Haut-Commissaire des Nations Unies aux réfugiés. Mesdames et Messieurs, chers invités, permettez-moi, Monsieur le Président, de présenter les excuses de Son Excellence Obiang Mambasogo, président de la République de Guinée équatoriale, chef d'État, et du gouvernement, qui, malgré son grand intérêt à participer personnellement à cette importante réunion pour soutenir les efforts louables déployés par le gouvernement et le peuple ougandais pour la mise en œuvre du programme national sans précédent qui répond au déficit de l'afflux des réfugiés, comme c'était prévu, n'a pas pu finalement participer pour des raisons involontaires de son agenda d'État. Il m'a chargé de vous transmettre ces salutations fraternelles à ses frères et amis ici présents. Monsieur le Président, nous sommes extrêmement heureux et satisfaits de l'hospitalité traditionnelle et la générosité du peuple ougandais à l'endroit de la délégation de Guinée équatoriale dans cette belle ville de Kampala. C'est pourquoi nous exprimons notre salutation la plus fraternelle au peuple ougandais. Nous saisissons cette occasion pour exprimer notre solidarité et soutenir aux efforts aux réfugiés et aux personnes déplacées fuyant leur foyer pour quelque raison que ce soit, en particulier la crise humanitaire, l'instabilité, les catastrophes naturelles, la famine, le terrorisme, l'insécurité et la violence, entre autres. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, nous déprécions les efforts des gouvernements africains et la communauté internationale comme il a été depuis un engagement au changement climatique mondial COP21. Il est l'heure que la question des réfugiés et des personnes déplacées ont aussi un engagement universel dans le sens de la protection et la promotion de la sécurité alimentaire dans un effort collectif et mondial. Nous sommes tous interpellés à adopter des engagements plus forts pour éradiquer la triste réalité pour que dans le monde d'aujourd'hui, la plupart des gens ne vivent plus dans une situation d'insécurité. La sécurité de se sentir à l'abri d'être tué, de la violence, la sécurité de se sentir à l'abri de la pauvreté et du désespoir qui encourage les menaces pour le bien-être humain, la sécurité d'être libre du terrorisme et de l'extrémisme. La nécessité d'une solution urgente aux situations de déplacement en Afrique doit être une priorité pour la communauté internationale, car elle coïncide avec le moment où il y a plusieurs crises et les catastrophes humanitaires. Pour ces raisons, nous souhaitons la bienvenue et saluer l'initiative du gouvernement de l'Ouganda, ce qui est un bon exemple pour d'autres acteurs internationaux pour faire en sorte que tous les réfugiés puissent avoir un endroit sûr pour vivre, l'accès à l'éducation et ils peuvent travailler pour soutenir leur famille. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le succès que nous pouvons attendre de cette réunion est que cette réunion puisse servir à aider l'Ouganda, permettant d'améliorer la vie des milliers d'enfants réfugiés et rappeler les communautés. Nous voulons féliciter aussi la collaboration entre l'ONU et l'Ouganda pour l'implémentation de la vision nationale de l'organisation et la célébration de ce sommet. En conclusion, je tiens à exprimer l'engagement de son Excellence Obiangema Mbasogo dans le domaine de la sécurité humaine, dont je suis heureux d'annoncer une contribution modeste de $100 000 USA comme contribution de la République de Guinée équatoriale. C'est un geste de solidarité avec le gouvernement d'Ouganda pour répondre aux besoins humanitaires immédiats des réfugiés. Nous voulons rappeler aussi que le gouvernement de la République de Guinée équatoriale avait fait une donation de $30 millions USA à la FAO pour la sécurité alimentaire. Donc nous voulons inviter à la FAO de contribuer avec cette fonds à l'Ouganda pour faire face à la situation humanitaire qu'actuellement connaît ce pays. Pour conclure, la République de Guinée équatoriale va continuer à appuyer la situation de crise humanitaire en Afrique à travers des programmes à court et moyen terme. Je vous remercie.
Muchas gracias.
Excellencies, I thank the delegate of Equatorial Guinea, but we have got 41 speakers and we must really economize on the time. And I salute the delegate from Equatorial Guinea, because you know we have got an account there. We need 2 billion. Now we have raised 5 million from Equatorial Guinea. So we've got a long way to go. And there is some other little money from where? Some money there. So please, can we use like, I don't know whether we can use.
S'il vous plaît, Monsieur le Président, c'est $100 000.
Oh, okay, merci beaucoup. Can we use like 3 minutes maximum? And then we go straight to the point of pledging. I am reinforcing His Excellency the Secretary General.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Now it's my pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency James Wani Iga, Vice President of the Republic of South Sudan.
His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellencies, the heads of state and government, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency, the High Commissioner for Refugees, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my salutes to each and every one of you. I bring to this August Summit on Refugees greetings from my President Salva Kiir Mayardit and the people of South Sudan. I would like to start by congratulating the people of Uganda and its government for hosting the over 1 million South Sudanese refugees in their country. Above all, my warm salutes and profound appreciation to His Excellency, the able leader of Uganda, President Museveni. As you are all aware, the ongoing conflict in South Sudan has created unprecedented humanitarian crisis, with more than 3.8 million people displaced from their homes, of which 1.8 million people fled into the neighboring countries as refugees, and 5.5 million people in need of emergency food assistance. South Sudan is also home to over 265 refugees from Sudan and other African countries. We understand the many challenges faced by our neighbors who accommodate refugees from South Sudan, particularly those with large numbers of refugees, Uganda, Sudan, Kenya, DRC, and Ethiopia. It is regretful that the agreement on the resolution of conflict in South Sudan has not yielded the desired outcomes as it were. This has negatively impacted on food production and the livelihood activities for many citizens in different parts of the country, triggering a high level of poverty and malnutrition among children particularly. We also appeal for the urgent assistance from the international community to our internally displaced persons. The situation is more complex and worrisome, particularly in the rural areas where there is limited access to poor roads, infrastructure, or insecurity caused by disgruntled armed groups. Your Excellencies, allow me to table to you my government efforts to address the problems facing humanitarian crisis in South Sudan. Number one, His Excellency President Kiir Mayardit issued Republican order for the formation of humanitarian high-level oversight committee composed of national ministers and senior government officials. The main purpose of this committee is to ensure unhindered access to relief items and personnel engaged in the humanitarian service delivery, and also to remove all roadblocks and illegal taxes on the humanitarian convoys. Number two, although there are many challenges in the implementation of the August 15th peace agreement mediated by IGAD, the government is committed to implementing it, and the only way now is to return the country to normalcy through sticking to implementation of this agreement. It is worthy to mention that our government came out last December seeking various avenues for ending the conflict, reaching peace and uniting the people towards development and prosperity. As a result, His Excellency President Salva Kiir Mayardit announced the launching of the National Dialogue, comprising of all the stakeholders, including those carrying arms. The National Dialogue Steering Committee, made up of over 100 members from all shades of life, are now embarking in a free atmosphere on the agenda to address the root causes of the conflict, disagreements and disputes. Soon, the National Dialogue conferences at all levels are made up of thousands of participants, including refugees and all groups in the opposition, will commence. The main bottleneck confronting the steering committee is funding for the entire process of the debates that are going to start. And so we also appeal here to the international community this opportunity to extend hands in financial support to this well-intended dialogue process. Any funds is to be sent directly to the steering committee. Number 5 is the national dialogue is not intended to replace the peace agreement. It is designed to strengthen the pillars of the peace agreement and to bring on board all stakeholders within and outside the country. Another factor, in addition to the civil conflict sending people to refuge, is unprecedented famine caused by severe drought. The government made an appeal for resource mobilization, in which private sector, well-wishers, communities and individuals have responded positively to support the famine-affected population. In this regard, our people and government are also thankful to all the countries and organizations that have extended relief items and services. Please do more, since the plight is acute. I must admit that despite the many challenges faced by the humanitarian partners in South Sudan, particularly the World Food Programme, the entire leadership of those organizations did not spare time to ensure that relief assistance reaches the beneficiaries wherever they are in the country. Your Excellency, the needs and solutions, I think this is what we need, particularly in this historic summit. They are as below: poverty prevalence, limitations of freedom, unemployment, the issue of education, stifle capacity to become productive. Economy of the host country is negatively impacted upon. Deterioration of security in the host country. The deterioration of insecurity to the country of origin by becoming centers also of recruitment. I conclude, Your Excellencies, with the following solutions. Need to build skills for the refugees to attain self-reliance. Provision of necessary tools such as loans, land, and income-generating projects for refugees and host communities. Removal of obstacles to refugee productivity. Utilizing human and material assets refugees bring along with them, and use this to support development. Improving quality of life for host community, that is social services and development agenda ownership. Increasing consultation between the host community and refugees, endeavoring to create a peaceful atmosphere for refugees to return, granting wider range of rights for entitlements by the host country commensurate with those enjoyed by the citizens. Voluntary repatriation in safety and dignity should be encouraged. Donors, governments and partners, bilateral aid agencies are kindly asked upon to help and improve the standard of living and assist our country, Uganda. The next, devising comprehensive plans of action, repatriation and resettlement programs in the country of origin, the UNHCR and other organizations to foster provision of development assistance to the host country, providing legal protection, the UN and other players to double provision of humanitarian aid than it is now. Those engaged in armed activity must not be allowed refuge in the camps. Granting cultural rights to the refugees. Our sisterly country, Uganda, must be assisted really through funding so that the burden created by these refugees is lessened. In conclusion, as it is imperative to remedy the challenges and meet the needs of refugees, the ultimate solution to any refugee crisis lies in finding lasting cure to their plight. Such solutions often look at the root causes of violence and conflicts in there. In our case, we are prepared to undergo all this. Thank you very much.
The co-chairs have appointed me timekeeper now, and every speaker will have 3 minutes. I will intervene when you have finished 2 minutes and tell you that you have only 1 remaining. Please go ahead.
Je donne la parole à son Excellence Joseph Batore, deuxième vice-président de la République du Burundi.
Excellence Monsieur Kaguta Yoweri Museveni, président de la République de l'Ouganda, distingués invités en vos titres et qualités, mesdames, messieurs, tout protocole observé. L'honneur me choisit de prendre la parole à l'occasion de ce sommet sur les réfugiés qui se tient à Kampala pour exprimer les remerciements du gouvernement et du peuple burundais à son Excellence M. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, président de la République ougandaise, qui nous accueille aujourd'hui, et M. Antonio Guterres, le secrétaire général des Nations Unies, pour avoir initié et organisé cette importante rencontre. Je profite de cette occasion pour vous transmettre les meilleures salutations du peuple burundais et de son président, Excellence Pierre Nkurunziza, président de la République Burundi et qui m'a mandaté pour le représenter dans ce sommet. En ce moment où se tient cet important rendez-vous, pour exprimer notre solidarité avec les réfugiés, toutes les activités de la vie nationale se déroulent dans la quiétude totale à travers notamment les écoles, les hôpitaux, les églises, les marchés, les industries, le commerce, le tourisme, etc. Contrairement à ce qui est versé dans les réseaux sociaux et Internet, le Burundi est un pays où la vie est possible, comme partout ailleurs en Afrique et dans le monde. Il n'y a que des faiseurs d'opinion qui veulent que le pays soit à feu et à tout prix. S'agissant des rapports tendancieux produits par certaines organisations internationales faisant alerte d'un probable génocide en préparation, je voudrais vous rassurer, au nom du gouvernement du Burundi, de son peuple et au nom de son Excellence Pierre Nkurunziza, président de la République, qu'il n'y aura pas de génocide au Burundi, car des institutions issues des élections démocratiques de 2015 sont en place et fonctionnent conformément à la constitution burundaise en vigueur. Les Burundais, toutes les ethnies confondues, vivent en harmonie sur l'ensemble du territoire national. Des Hutus et des Tutsis cohabitent pacifiquement, même dans les quartiers de la ville de Bujumbura, qui étaient plus actifs lors de la période de l'insurrection de 2015. Nous saisissons cette occasion pour rappeler que c'est aussi un Burundi paisible, mais victime d'un harcèlement médiatique qu'a découvert le ministre d'État ougandais en charge des réfugiés lors de sa visite au Burundi dans notre pays. C'était du 14 au 17 septembre 2016 et dont l'objectif était d'apprécier sur place la situation sécuritaire. Nous invitons les autres responsables et surtout humanitaires à faire le même geste. Monsieur le Président, distingués invités, chers compatriotes réfugiés en Ouganda, manifester sa solidarité avec un réfugié, c'est aussi lui donner régulièrement la vraie information et uniquement la vraie information sur la vie de son pays d'origine, afin qu'à son tour, il puisse prendre librement la décision de regagner sa terre natale, combien cher pour tout être humain. Nous avons entendu ce matin des réfugiés, presque tous nous dire que leur grand espoir est de rentrer chez eux et nous avons été très touchés par ce témoignage vivant. C'est pourquoi le Burundi lance encore une fois un appel vibrant à ses fils et filles réfugiés, partout où ils se trouvent, de rentrer au Bécaye pour donner les contributions au développement du pays, car les biens ont été protégés et le gouvernement est prêt à les accueillir et les rétablir dans les droits de citoyens burundais à part entière. Sur le chapitre politique, le gouvernement du Burundi poursuit l'analyse du rapport produit par la Commission nationale de dialogue interburundais. Dans la même logique, le Burundi salue les efforts et le pas franchi dans le dialogue externe sous la médiation de son Excellence M. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, président de la République ougandaise, appuyé par le facilitateur, son Excellence Benjamin William Mkapa, ancien président de la République unie de Tanzanie. Nous sommes confiants que les résultats et la complémentarité de ces deux processus, qui en réalité constituent ce dialogue, permettront la mise en place d'une base politique solide et rassurante et combien nécessaire pour le bon déroulement des élections 2020. Excellence Monsieur le Président, le gouvernement vous confirme encore une fois sa disponibilité, sa volonté de rendre la tâche de l'équipe de médiation plus facile et dans le respect de la souveraineté, de la Constitution du Burundi et des accords de paix d'Arusha. Je ne saurais terminer sans remercier au nom du gouvernement du Burundi tous les pays qui ont accueilli les réfugiés suite aux crises répétitives qui ont endeuillé le Burundi depuis 1961. Les remerciements du gouvernement vont également à l'endroit des Nations Unies, plus particulièrement le Haut Commissariat pour les réfugiés, les pays donateurs des fonds qui aident le Haut Commissariat pour les réfugiés à accomplir sa noble mission humanitaire. Ce matin, nous avons écouté une jeune somalienne, réfugiée ici, nous dire qu'elle rêvait à son pays. Et moi, je vous dis, je rêve à un monde sans réfugiés. Merci pour votre aimable attention.
Merci. I give the floor to the Honorable Abdelkader Messahay, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria.
Je vous remercie, Excellence, Monsieur Yoweri Museveni, Président de la République d'Ouganda. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement. Excellences, Monsieur Antonio Guterres, Secrétaire général des Nations Unies. Permettez-moi tout d'abord de vous transmettre les fraternelles salutations du président Abdelaziz Bouteflika, qui m'a chargé de le représenter à ce sommet, et de vous dire tout l'intérêt qu'il porte personnellement aux travaux de cette rencontre et aux résultats auxquels il ne manquera pas, sous votre haute impulsion, d'aboutir et qui seront, nous l'espérons, à la hauteur de vos légitimes attentes. Il m'est en cette occasion particulièrement agréable de rappeler que l'Algérie s'honore d'avoir été représentée au premier sommet sur les réfugiés qui s'est tenu à Kampala en 2009 par le président Abdelaziz Bouteflika lui-même. La participation de l'Algérie à ce deuxième sommet, qui se tient si opportunément dans cette même capitale, se veut un nouveau témoignage de solidarité et de soutien à la République sœur de l'Ouganda, à ses dirigeants et à son peuple, qui supportent plus qu'aucun autre pays en Afrique, et je crois dans le reste du monde, le poids d'un nombre toujours croissant de réfugiés de toute nationalité. De ce fait, l'Ouganda peut légitimement s'enorgueillir d'être devenu un pays où viennent trouver refuge de nombreux migrants africains contraints par la misère ou l'insécurité de prendre les chemins de l'exil. C'est cet afflux de réfugiés, facilité par une politique d'ouverture des frontières, a pris des dimensions qui sont actuellement les siennes. C'est aussi en raison de la liberté de mouvement qu'il leur est reconnue, de la politique d'autonomisation dont ils bénéficient et de la possibilité qu'il leur est offerte d'accéder au marché du travail ainsi qu'à l'éducation et aux soins. Devant une telle situation, il est plus qu'urgent de faire bénéficier l'Ouganda d'un soutien actif et solidaire de toute la communauté internationale qui devra se matérialiser à travers l'adoption d'un plan d'aide conséquent. Pour sa part, l'Algérie, qui n'a eu par le passé à témoigner sa solidarité au peuple ougandais lors du premier sommet de 2009, ne manquera pas de s'associer, une fois encore, à l'effort de la communauté internationale compte mobiliser en faveur des réfugiés sur le sol ougandais. Monsieur le Président, confronté à l'instar de la plupart des pays du monde au phénomène migratoire, l'Algérie, traditionnellement pays d'origine, devenu au fil du temps pays de transit et surtout de destination, accueille ces dernières années plusieurs milliers de migrants originaires de pays subsahariens, de son voisinage, ainsi que plus de 40 000 réfugiés syriens ayant fait la crise dans leur pays. Conscient de son devoir de solidarité vis-à-vis de l'ensemble de ces migrants, quelle qu'en soit la nationalité, et fidèle à ses traditions d'hospitalité, l'Algérie a consenti, en dépit de moyens limités, des efforts notables pour leur assurer un hébergement décent, pourvoir gratuitement à leurs soins de santé et à l'éducation de leurs enfants, et ouvrir pour un nombre important d'entre eux son marché du travail. Sensible au drame qui vivent ces émigrés, l'Algérie continue à mobiliser ses moyens propres pour leur exprimer au quotidien sa solidarité et son entraide. C'est dans cet même esprit de solidarité que l'Algérie accueille sur son sol plusieurs dizaines de milliers de réfugiés sahraouis contraints à l'exil du fait de l'occupation de leur territoire et assure dans une large mesure, avec ses moyens propres, la prise en charge de leurs besoins essentiels. Cette situation qui dure, Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations Unies, depuis des décennies, rappelle l'urgence du règlement de ce conflit dans le cadre des résolutions des Nations Unies et à travers la tenue d'un référendum d'autodétermination libre et régulier sous les auspices des Nations Unies. Ce règlement permettra aux réfugiés sahraouis de pouvoir enfin retourner dans leur pays en toute liberté et sécurité. Je tiens enfin, Monsieur le Président, à joindre mon appel à ceux des dirigeants ougandais et de l'ensemble de tous ces pays représentés à ce sommet, afin que la communauté internationale mobilise des moyens financiers suffisants pour permettre à l'Ouganda de poursuivre sa politique d'accueil et de demeurer celle qu'elle n'a jamais cessé d'être, une terre d'asile. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Reem Ibrahim Al-Hashmi, Minister of State for International Cooperation of the United Arab Emirates.
Your Excellency, President Museveni, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As we sit here today in picturesque Kampala, surrounded by wildlife overlooking Lake Victoria, it is hard to conceive that this country is currently in the throes of the fastest growing refugee crisis in the world. Uganda hosts some 1,200,000 refugees from more than 13 countries, and more are on the way. These are not just numbers. As we have seen, these are real stories with real joys and pain. And so the international community convenes today in Uganda for the Solidarity Summit on Refugees. The title of this event gives us pause to reflect on the nature of our work. Solidarity is a vertical concept. As such, it promotes mutual respect amongst all parties. In this view of the word, solidarity is an ideal concept to reflect the international community's relationship with refugees and the nations hosting them. We should all emulate and, more importantly, learn from the honor and dignity that the great people of the Great Lakes have always embodied. Uganda deserves the solidarity and the respect that comes with it. Not only is Uganda Africa's largest refugee host nation, but they're also bearing this responsibility with compassion and with empathy. We in the United Arab Emirates are deeply concerned about the plight of refugees across the world. Since 2011, the UAE has provided over $2 billion worth of aid in humanitarian sectors across the world, including $350 million in humanitarian assistance to Africa. Furthermore, the UAE has also provided relief for the food crisis, including to Somalia, with the For You Somalia campaign, which provides almost $60 million in humanitarian aid throughout the country. Additionally, we've demonstrated our commitment in assisting Syrian refugees with an additional pledge of $68 million at the Brussels conference, supporting the future of Syria and the region. We believe, ladies and gentlemen, that extremism and terrorism and those who enable it prey amongst the desperate grounds of refugee camps. We stand steadfast in countering these attempts and would like to take the opportunity to commend the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, who hosted recently the Riyadh Summit that brought the United States and the Muslim world together and launched the Global Center for Combating Extremist Ideology. Ladies and gentlemen, in this changing world, which is currently experiencing an undeniable trend of crises becoming more protracted in nature, host countries require increasing amounts of support from the international community to provide for the basic and cumulative needs of refugees. It is our honor and great pleasure to announce an additional pledge of $5 million in solidarity with Uganda. In conclusion, let us take the occasion not only to pledge financial commitments, but also to pledge our respect for the life-saving work that this country is increasingly being called upon to undertake. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Shukran. I now give the floor to the Right Honourable Lord Bates, Minister of State for International Development of the United Kingdom.
Your Excellency President Museveni, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, respected co-chairs, ladies and gentlemen, the UK recognises Ugandan leadership of its leaders and also its people in the support to over 1.2 million refugees, 750,000 of whom have arrived in the last 11 months alone. We thank you particularly as organising this conference. You led off this morning with the voices of those refugees to remind us that they are not just numbers, but they are people with stories and hopes and dreams. The UK is standing shoulder to shoulder with the challenge of supporting this protracted refugee crisis. Since 2014, the UK has provided $122 million to support emergency life-saving needs of refugees and to improve their lives. The UK is continuing to support. In 2017, we have committed $50 million to the refugee response here in Uganda. The United Kingdom stands ready to do more to support the Ugandan Comprehensive Refugee Response Framework and is designing a multi-year programme to that effect. The UK believes it is essential to address the root causes of this crisis. There is not the capacity in the international community to go on treating the symptoms. We must start addressing the causes, and therefore we strongly encourage regional leaders to redouble coordinated efforts to bring an end to the violence and encourage a genuinely inclusive political process in South Sudan. And as such, the UK strongly agrees with the IGAD communique of the 12th of June, which states in paragraph 7 and 8, it condemns in the strongest terms the violence and armed conflict that continues to perpetrate by government forces as well as other armed groups in South Sudan, targeting defenseless civilians and causing huge loss of lives, destruction of property, and uprooting millions of South Sudanese from their homes to take refuge in the neighbouring states or suffer as internally displaced persons within their community and country. Mr. President, you reminded us that this is a man-made crisis, and yet once again it is a man-made crisis in which overwhelmingly the victims are women and children. High Commissioner Filippo Grandi reminded us of the clear message from the refugee camps in the north of this country just yesterday, that their overwhelming desire was that we should make peace. We stand shoulder to shoulder with you. We stand in solidarity with you in pursuing that end. Thank you.
People's Republic of China.
尊敬的穆瑟维尼总统阁下，尊敬的古特雷斯秘书长阁下，尊敬的各位嘉宾、女士们、先生们，我非常高兴作为中国政府的代表出席乌干达难民问题团结峰会。这是联合国与成员国首次联合举办此类峰会。这次峰会为各方全面深入了解难民问题全面响应框架在乌干达的落实的最新情况，向在乌干达的难民及其所在的社区提供更具针对性的帮助，提供了良好的契机。近年来，乌干达周边部分国家政局持续动荡，灾害频发，大批难民涌入乌干达境内，给乌干达的经济社会发展带来挑战。在包括联合国在内的国际社会支持下，乌干达政府和人民秉持积极开放、包容的难民政策，克服自身发展、资金等方面的困难，尽力地为境内的难民居留、生活、实现自力更生提供了有利的环境，为践行难民问题全面响应框架做出了积极的努力，赢得了国际社会的广泛赞誉。中方对乌方为缓解非洲难民压力做出的贡献表示赞赏。当前，国际社会正面临严峻复杂的难民形势，中国一贯高度重视并积极地参与解决难民问题，为此向有关国家和联合国难民署等有关国际机构提供了大量人道主义援助，为缓解难民危机发挥了积极的作用。中方认为， 解决难民问题，关键在于综合施策、标本兼治。当务之急是加大应急处置的力度，确保难民有基本的生活保障，避免发生人道主义危机。根本之策是消除战乱，推动有关热点问题得到政治解决，恢复和平和发展，帮助有关难民来源国走上长治久安的道路，使百姓安居乐业。中方愿一如既往支持非洲国家维护稳定、发展经济、改善民生的努力，在解决地区热点问题上积极发挥建设性的作用，致力从根本上为妥善解决非洲难民问题创造有利条件。这次为了支持乌干达政府应对境内难民问题的努力，中方决定向乌方提供50万美元现汇援助，用于乌干达安置转变计划。中方将根据乌干达难民安置工作的实际进展情况，积极考虑采取进一步的支持措施。中方愿同乌干达等非洲国家和国际社会继续携手努力，加强合作，为国际难民保护事业贡献自己的力量。谢谢大家 ，Thank you。
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the Honorable Nabu Kishi, State Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan.
His Excellency Mr. Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Mr. Guterres, UN Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like to express our deepest appreciation to President Museveni and UN Secretary General Guterres for the strong initiative to organize this summit. Japan is fully committed to contributing to the success of this summit. I would like to extend Japan's highest appreciation to the government of Uganda, which hosts a great number of refugees from neighboring countries. Also, Japan supports the UN organizations addressing the unprecedented humanitarian crisis. For tackling the current humanitarian crisis, Japan places importance on humanitarian development nexus that provide both emergency humanitarian assistance and development cooperation in parallel for refugees and host communities. Based on this philosophy, Japan will advance the following 3 points. First, Japan places importance on self-reliance on refugees. This enables us to make contribution to not only the swift return and repatriation of refugees, but also reducing the mid- and long-term costs of humanitarian assistance. In this regard, Japan has supported capacity building for refugees, including rice farming training and vocational training in Uganda. Secondly, Japan places emphasis on development of basic infrastructures. It is increasingly essential for both refugees and host communities to coexist peacefully. To this end, Japan has implemented road improvement, construction of water supply facilities, and expansion of primary schools and hospitals in Uganda. We are currently conducting needs assessment for further assistance. Japan also supports capacity building of local government officers. On this issue, JICA co-hosted a side event yesterday with the government of Uganda and the UNDP. Thirdly, Japan places emphasis on providing humanitarian assistance through international organizations, as well as strengthening synergies between those projects and our bilateral development cooperation. Japan will continue to respond to urgent humanitarian needs through its financial contribution. In addition, Japan, as JICA, has achieved significant results in collaboration with UNHCR and WFP through the promotion of rice development projects. Japan has provided assistance of around $40 million in total for refugees and host communities in Uganda this year. Furthermore, Japan has newly decided to extend emergency grant aid amounting $10 million and will also provide additional grant aid in the field of medical and food assistance. In conclusion, Japan expects that Uganda will become a role model of the solution of the refugees crisis through steady implementation of the comprehensive refugee response framework. Japan will support Uganda's effort and work proactively towards the successful conclusion of Global Compact on Refugees scheduled in 2018 by utilizing expertise and lessons learned from its cooperation in Uganda. Thank you very much.
Arigato. I now give the floor to His Excellency Christos Stylianides, EU Commissioner for Humanitarian Aid and Crisis Management.
His Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and the High Commissioner for Refugees, my dear friend Filippo Grandi. Mr. President, I stand here before you today in humble admiration. You have received refugees like friends and neighbors from 13 countries. Thank you so much for this. And of course, as European Union, we are here today to reaffirm our solidarity with a nation that keeps its doors open for those seeking sanctuary from violence, hatred, and hunger. We applaud you for being inspired by your past. Only a few decades ago, it was Ugandans who sought refugees across the world from violence and fear. You have not forgotten. Your Excellencies, the European Union stands firmly behind the goals set in New York last September. We are actively supporting the development of the new CRRF for Uganda and pledges to support its implementation. Solidarity requires action. The European Union is Uganda's most generous development partner, with current combined commitments over 2014 until 2020 period standing at over 800 million euros. We immediately reacted to the onset of the new influx of refugees from South Sudan. I was here, we met, dear President, myself, last November, to underscore the need to continue to support the humanitarian response to the regional South Sudanese crisis as a whole. Although Europe is facing an unprecedented migration and refugees crisis on our doorstep, our commitment towards Uganda has not diminished. So far, in the current year, 2017, the European Union and its member states have covered about half of the overall humanitarian efforts in Uganda. Today, in agreement with my dear colleague Commissioner Mimica, and of course on behalf of the people of Europe, I'm pleased to announce that the European Union steps up its support to the refugees response in Uganda with an amount of 85 million euros. 85. Of course, with the additional separate announcement from our European member state who are present here today, the overall help from the people of Europe amount going to almost 210 million euros. So we aim to support the most pressing humanitarian needs. This is why we have also reopened the EU Humanitarian Office in Uganda and established regular humanitarian flights in support of this work. Your Excellencies, yesterday, along with the UN, my dear colleague Filippo Grandi and international partners, we visited the Mvebi settlement. I was impressed by the government's professional coordination and the dedicated work of the UN agencies in collaboration with the local and international NGOs. We witnessed a good registration process with further possibilities for improvement. We saw efficient food distribution, post and medical services. We visited classrooms full of smiley children. Our moral duty is to help them, to give them their smile back, to give them dignity, to give them hope. The government of Uganda, the host communities and the humanitarian staff in Mvebi are doing exactly that. This is why we are proud as Europeans to support their efforts. At the same time, as the CRR model prescribes, we must address long-term development needs. Next month, the government of Uganda and the European Union will launch our flagship development initiative for northern Uganda. The European Union contribution amounts to 132 million euros. I thank, as European Commissioner, our member states for their generosity and vision in supporting these commitments. But as Secretary General, and thank you for his leadership, now we have to address the root causes. And we cannot pledge our support today without stressing the need for a lasting solution to the root causes of displacement, notably in South Sudan. The lives of many South Sudanese hang in balance, threatened by brutal violence, famine, and hardship. Peace in South Sudan is out of reach, unfortunately. The solution to this crisis lies squarely in the hands of the political leadership, both government and opposition of South Sudan. So, unfortunately, we cannot subscribe to the outcome document in its present form, since these facts are not reflected. We will be ready to co-sign if the outcome document reflects this reality. Your Excellencies, let me reiterate today our message to all parties. There can be no military solution. In line with the conclusion of the IGAD, the European Union calls on all parties to observe the ceasefire in full and to ensure the implementation of the peace agreement. The UN peacekeeping missions in South Sudan must be allowed to exercise its mandate without limitations. All parties must allow humanitarian access to those in need. Attacks on aid workers are unacceptable and must stop immediately. The national dialogue launched by President Gier must be transformed into an inclusive political process, truly open to all parties, which deemed credible by the South Sudanese people. Your Excellencies, in conclusion, I thank the President and Government of Uganda, and in particular Secretary General of the United Nations for his leadership, for convening us here today to enable us to come together to address this issue as a community of nations. So, on behalf of the people of Europe, Please receive this support and this expression of admiration as a tangible proof of our genuine solidarity with Uganda and its people, with East Africa, and with the millions of people in need. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the Honorable Augustine Mahiga, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the United Republic of Tanzania.
Your Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Rugunda, Prime Minister of Uganda, Your Excellency the Secretary General of the United Nations, and the High Commissioner for Refugees. I am greatly honored to be given this opportunity to participate in this unique summit of expressing solidarity with Uganda and indeed expressing solidarity with the refugee cause. I'm doing this on behalf of President John Pombe Magufuli, who couldn't come here because of pressing needs at home. I want to thank the organizers of this summit because in response to the refugee challenge in the world, we have moved a step further from responsibility sharing to solidarity. Solidarity is a notion and a concept which expresses a common understanding and a common response to the refugee problem. It should have universal application and universal relevance, as other concepts before have had, like burden sharing and responsibility sharing. This is a higher notion of response to the refugee problem. As we attend this summit, I want to express solidarity with Uganda and also borrow a leaf from Uganda in the manner in which we in Tanzania, who for years have been hosting refugees, more or less in the same numbers as Uganda is hosting now, and as Filippo Grandi mentioned, in the wake of the genocide in Rwanda, Tanzania was one of the countries that hosted refugees. In fact, in numbers of influx, we hosted 250,000 refugees in 24 hours to add up to about 1 million refugees who are already there. From Uganda, we shall continue to borrow a leaf so that we perfect and improve on the comprehensive refugee response framework to which Tanzania is a member. I would like to take this opportunity to share with the international community Tanzania's commitment not only to providing asylum, but also to providing solutions. We have been part of an ongoing exercise to which President Yoweri Museveni is a member and a leader of providing lasting solutions to the root causes of the refugee problem in Eastern Africa. We would want at this juncture to express our sincerity to President Museveni for his leadership in the resolving of problems that are associated with the crises that generate refugees in this part of the world. We also want to tell the world the extent to which Tanzania is not only hosting refugees, but is also contributing to the solutions beyond the resolution of root conflicts, and that is in the form of local settlement. We have, unprecedented in Africa, settled 160,000 Burundi refugees in Tanzania. While I'm saying this and express the request for solidarity in settling them, I want to register my appreciation to the United States of America, Australia, the Scandinavian countries, and other European countries for expressing solidarity in providing solution to the refugee problem in the form of third world resettlement. This is a solidarity which must not be overlooked, and we encourage other countries to pursue it. In the interest of time, I want to thank the Secretary General for being here among us. This is a powerful message on behalf of the international community of the solidarity of the United Nations to the new challenges to the refugee cause unprecedented since the Second World War. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General and President Museveni, for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the Honorable Serafine Mukantabana, Minister for Refugees of the Republic of Rwanda.
Your Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, Excellencies, Head of State and Government here present, Excellency Antonio Guterres, UN Secretary General, Excellency Filippo Grandi, UNHCR High Commissioner, Right Honorable Prime Minister of Uganda, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me, Your Excellency, to convey on behalf of the President of the Republic of Rwanda, His Excellency Paul Kagame, who graciously gave me the honor of participating in this important summit on his behalf, my sincere gratitude to you, sir, to the government and the people of Uganda for the invitation extended to the government of Rwanda to take part of this important forum for mobilizing additional investments to support refugee build resilience and socioeconomic sustainability. Indeed, Uganda has a long history as one of the countries with best response for refugees. The visit we had yesterday in different refugee settings are more than a testimony to this fact. Rwanda shares similar experience in guaranteeing that refugees continue to enjoy human dignity. Allow me also to salute with deep appreciation and once again congratulate on behalf of my country, Rwanda, and on my personal behalf, His Excellency Antonio Guterres for his appointment as the UN Secretary General. Despite the heavy duties that his new position at the helm of the United Nations compels, he agreed to be with us today. The co-hosting of this summit by Your Excellency Guterres is not a mere coincidence. The cause for protecting humanity, Your Excellency, has for so many years been a life calling to you, first as the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, and now as the UN Secretary General. Special accolade at this juncture goes to the good work that the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, presently led by His Excellency Filippo Grandi, here present, has been doing for decades in protecting refugees world over. Indeed, much has been achieved through your hard work at the UNHCR and with strong collaboration with refugee hosting states and donors. Excellencies, it is important to point out that more remains to be done depending on the priorities, context, and the mode of protection in each country. Rwanda's commitment as the New York Leaders Summit, most of which were work in progress back then, will be achieved by end of this year. One of the major commitments, the livelihood program for refugees and host community, is underway with the engagement of the private sector and the civil society. The program aims to enhance self-reliance and dignity while eradicating the culture of dependency. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Rwanda, as a signatory to the 1951 Convention, has kept its border open to allow our dear brothers and sisters who choose to seek safe haven on our territory. To us, the principle of non-refoulement is not an obligation but a duty to humanity, and despite the size of the country, Rwanda to date is home to more than 169,000 refugees, including those residing in urban setup that form 20% of the total number of the refugee population. Moreover, as a nation that has on top of its agenda the eradication of the root causes of the Rwandan refugee situation, have always sought to address the issue of our very own sons and daughters who still live in exile. Since 1994, more than 3.4 million Rwandans have returned. Based on the strong strides that Rwanda has made in the areas of restoration of peace and security, unity and reconciliation among Rwandans, the rule of law, and the overall socio-economic development, the UNHCR, under the stewardship of His Excellency Guterres in 2012, declared the cessation clause for Rwandan refugees. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in order to ensure sustained return and reintegration opportunities for Rwandan returnees, the government of Rwanda, in collaboration with the UN, jointly put up a program, the Sustainable Return and Reintegration, whose objectives are to address immediate repatriation needs and specific reintegration challenges. In the same vein, since October 2016, the UNHCR has increased the return package to enable returning Rwandan cope with the new life, while in their communities they are absorbed into the existing social program, protection program scheme. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the government of Rwanda recognized that some Rwandan refugees have established strong ties and may wish to locally integrate with the host country's consent, and has put in place facilitation mechanism. That said, I wish to remind all Rwandans who are still living in exile that by the end of this year, 2017, the refugee chapter for Rwandans will be closed. The decision to return, get locally integrated, or opt for any other alternatives rests with each one of them, whatever option their home country, Rwanda, awaits to receive them with open arms. Your Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, sir. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude my remarks, allow me to once again thank Your Excellency, the government and the people of Uganda for their warm welcome and the hospitality extended to me and my entire delegation. I also thank Excellencies, Head of State and Government, delegates from different countries, international organizations, civil society, private sector, and all that have sacrificed their time to participate in this very important summit. I also take this opportunity to remind each of us that protecting refugees is a universal obligation that calls for international solidarity. Last, but very important, it is said, East, West, home is best. Let us in unison advocate for peace to return in the countries of origin of the refugees we host, so that they may voluntarily return to their countries in dignity. I thank you. Mwebaresebu. Merci beaucoup. Asante sana.
I apologize, but we still have 30 speakers. So with interventions that are so large, we will have to stay for tomorrow, which I don't think is an idea that we have in our planning. So I would very strongly urge all delegations to limit their interventions to the essential message they want to convey. It's now my pleasure to give the floor to the Honourable Eugene Wamalwa, Cabinet Secretary for Water and Environment of the Republic of Kenya.
Thank you, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Secretary General of the United States, Antonio Guterres, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, Filippo Grandi, colleague ministers, heads of delegations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I at the outset commend the government of the Republic of Uganda for taking this bold step towards realization of the New York Declaration for Refugees and Migrants that was adopted in September 2016. Your Excellencies, the initiative is a clear demonstration of your unwavering commitment to translating commitments under the Declaration into action. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our gathering here today could not be more timely. Our region is faced with the fastest growing refugee crisis in the world. As we speak, close to 2 million refugees who are victims of the raging conflict in southern Sudan are in need of protection. The United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees indicates that the situation in southern Sudan has quickly escalated into a full-blown humanitarian crisis. We appreciate the work of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees and the United Nations agencies for the critical humanitarian assistance accorded to the refugees. On our part, as a region, we are committed to dealing with the root causes of the refugee crisis. Only recently, the IGAD heads of state and government held the 31st extraordinary summit in Addis Ababa in effort to seek a political solution to the situation in southern Sudan. The summit decided to urgently convene a high-level meeting to discuss and inter concrete measures to restore permanent ceasefire. We will follow up this and other decisions so that they are implemented. May I note that the decisions of the 31st Extraordinary Summit are in tandem with the New York Declaration's call for action to support regional initiatives that will address the root causes of the conflicts and create conducive conditions for large-scale voluntary returns in safety and dignity. Excellencies, on 20th June, we commemorated the World Refugee Day. The reality of the situation facing humanity in terms of forced displacement cannot be overstated. Our solidarity with refugees worldwide must therefore be unequivocal. We must, in particular, be cognizant of the fact that the majority of these fleeing are women and children. The special needs must therefore be central in their protection. I salute the government and the people of Uganda for stretching their open arms in the spirit of African brotherhood and hospitality to receive and host more than 1 million refugees. This increasing number of refugees has far-reaching ramifications, including environmental degradation, infrastructure overload, and competition for resources with host communities, as President Museveni has said. Certainly, Uganda cannot shoulder this enormous burden alone. I therefore sincerely hope that this Solidarity Summit will result in tangible support to the government of Uganda to enable it to continue with the good work of expanding and maintaining the space for the millions of refugees being hosted in this beautiful country. I wish to affirm that in solidarity with the people and government of Uganda, and in the spirit of the New York Declaration, the people and government of Kenya extend their generosity to hosting the refugees from southern Sudan. These are a demonstration of our long-standing commitment to the principles enshrined in the 1951 Refugee Convention. I also urge the international community to recognize the incredible efforts and sacrifice of the government of the people of Uganda and those of other countries like Kenya, Ethiopia that are equally shouldering such an enormous burden. In this regard, I call upon the partners to redouble their efforts in ensuring the equitable burden and responsibility sharing and provide the much needed assistance to the South Sudanese refugees. I want to thank you for giving us this opportunity, and as I have said, Kenya is in a similar position as Uganda. Uganda having over 1.2 million refugees, Kenya has over 500, but in spite of the burden that we are sharing and shouldering, we are here to stand shoulder to shoulder with Uganda and in solidarity solidarity, bring a gesture, brotherly gesture of $200,000 towards the support. And I'm also very pleased to learn this morning from His Excellency President Museveni something I didn't know, and I must confess that we had thought Uganda has the longest history of hosting refugees, as the Prime Minister said, dating back to 1940. But from what President Museveni said, we have the Basuba in Kenya, who actually came from Uganda. And you're talking of the 16th century, when they migrated as descendants of Semogorere, which actually makes Kenya have a longer history of hosting refugees than Uganda. So even as we celebrate Uganda, we must also celebrate Kenya. Thank you and God bless you.
Asante sana. I now give the floor to the Honorable Hamdi Sanad Loza, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Arab Republic of Egypt. Egypt, please. I give the floor to His Excellency Deborah Malak, Ambassador of the United States to Uganda.
Secretary General, members of the High Table, if you'll permit me, in the interest of time, all protocol observed. We're happy to be here today to participate in this, and we've submitted a longer statement for the record, but we will go quickly with the brief points we wish to make. The refugee situation in Uganda, as we have heard, has reached crisis proportions. To prevent a broader humanitarian disaster, the response of Ugandan authorities and the international community must address three interconnected issues. First, we must collectively meet the needs of the refugees themselves so they can live in safety and dignity. Second, we must address the needs of local hosting communities to support their resilience. Finally, we must stop the main driver of the current refugee crisis, the ongoing conflict in South Sudan, that has displaced millions, with hundreds of thousands seeking safety here in Uganda. The United States has played a lead role in the response to the region's refugee crisis. We are the single largest donor in the affected areas of Uganda, and as conditions have worsened, we have increased our contributions significantly. Since October of 2016, the United States has provided nearly $154 million for humanitarian assistance, including $57.4 million announced by President Trump on May 24th. This assistance complements our ongoing robust development assistance, which accounted for $840 million in just this last year, some of which goes to those refugee hosting districts to address their longer-term development needs. The United States remains committed to providing such support, and we intend to announce additional assistance in the coming weeks and months. But the growing needs of Uganda's refugee population will require still more resources and commitments from both the government of Uganda and the international community. Ugandan authorities have demonstrated leadership in their treatment of refugees, but given the overwhelming numbers, they must do even more to protect this population, especially women. The international community also needs to do more to improve the situation, particularly those donors who do not traditionally respond to humanitarian crisis. Those of us who do consistently respond cannot bear the burden alone. We need others to step up and do more. The Office of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees and the World Food Program face significant funding gaps in the coming year. Humanitarian assistance is struggling to keep up with rising demands, due in large part to these unmet funding requirements. Uganda's unique settlement model provides refugees with dignity and independence. At the same time, however, it presents equally unique challenges. The settlements are designed to promote openness and freedom of movement, valuable for promoting human dignity and self-sufficiency. But the vast geography and the logistics involved present challenges for both the provision of security and assistance. We must all do a better job of overcoming these obstacles and linking the humanitarian response with development programs that meet the demands and aspirations of both Ugandan host communities and refugee populations. Sustaining this effort is essential to Uganda's own continued stability. Finally, there can be no beginning to a resolution of Uganda's refugee crisis without a lasting and durable political solution to the conflict in South Sudan. The international community and the regional partners cannot be expected to bear this burden indefinitely because of the unwillingness of the parties in South Sudan to end the violence. We support action from South Sudan's influential neighbors to unite behind a common position that demands a ceasefire and a return to an inclusive political process, applying pressure to those parties, including the government of South Sudan, that have been driving the violence. There is no military solution to this conflict. We cannot accept the status quo any longer. 4 million displaced South Sudanese people, including nearly 1 million living in Uganda today, deserve better. If urgent action is not taken, hundreds of thousands more refugees will join the settlements that we are already aware of today. This summit must not be the end of our collective efforts to resolve this refugee crisis. Rather, it must be a beginning for a renewed commitment by the international community to bring peace, establish security, and enable the revival of hope for more than 1 million refugees seeking a life free of persecution. Thank you.
I now give the floor to Ambassador George Schmidt of the Federal Republic of Germany.
Excellencies, heads of states, Your Excellency, Secretary General, distinguished guests, other leaders of the delegation, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot spare you another vote of thanks for what Uganda has done. I think it's amazing that you host the refugees and you welcome them with open arms. And I think this is very difficult, but it's crucial. And in Germany, we have experienced ourselves how difficult it is if there is a sudden inflow of people. In 2015, we alone accommodated 1 million people from all over the world in our country. So we know how difficult it is to do that. It's a huge burden and responsibility when the South Sudanese all come very quickly and rapidly. And this on a country like Uganda, which itself has limited resources and enormous challenges, as you said, particularly in regard to the high population growth. So we warmly welcome the interest of Uganda to be among the first countries to embrace the innovative approach of the comprehensive refugee response framework. This framework is a potential game changer. It's important because it assists both refugees and hosts, and it allows the refugees to be self-reliant very soon. I think it's very important to underline that also in other situations. With that, it could contribute to a more effective and faster solution of large-scale and protected refugee situation. And ideally, it would enable us to even prevent protected refugee situations. Therefore, we support the process towards the global compact on refugees politically, financially, and conceptually. And with conceptually, I mean we also have to think development assistance and humanitarian aid as one, and humanitarian assistance as one. But some people talked about Syria and other countries. This is much larger. We have to think globally, refugees and migration and flows. We're very proud that next week Germany will host the Global Forum on Migration and Development in Berlin to come to a better solution and better ideas of all this. Let me come back to Uganda, because this is where we're all here. Germany has been a partner since independence. We have provided humanitarian support and development assistance for refugees and host communities in this country. This year alone, around 90 million euros of humanitarian assistance to the South Sudanese crisis, including the support for neighboring countries, because we have to see it as a whole. We cannot just isolate one country. We have to see the situation in totality. And this, you add also our development cooperation, about 80 million euros in South Sudan and for the situation. So whatever we do there to prevent people from coming here also relieves your burden. Now to the future for this summit. In the framework of development cooperation, we have prepared targeted projects amounting to 21 million euros in the areas of water, healthcare, food security and education to be implemented in 2017. To achieve exactly the objectives of the CRRF in Uganda. We're pleased that this contribution will be increased by 14 million this year, so that makes a complete of 35 million. These projects will be implemented both by the UN agencies, NGOs, but also by our own implementation partners. In addition, in the run-up to this summit, we have allocated 13 million euros additionally for humanitarian assistance for South Sudanese refugees in Uganda. We also launched a project amounting to 1.1 million that enables the UNHCR to beef up its capacity to implement the CRRFs, because all these nice projects are nothing if you don't have the capacity to really deal with it and know what's happening there. And we will also, this includes also support for this summit, by the way. And we are ready to also second an expert to the CRRF Secretariat. So to make things easier for the people who are doing these contributions in total, we're happy to announce a total amount of 50 million euros in solidarity with Uganda. But all money of the world is not enough unless we address the root causes. Other people, other speakers before me have addressed it. And let me tell you, when I go to Parliament and we lobby for additional funds, our MPs will also ask us, we were happy to commit German taxpayers' money, but is there enough that's being done to stop the crisis? So I plead for your understanding for that. And I think this has to be done also in the region. There's a much greater regional effort is required to stop the violence in South Sudan, to support the political process towards peace and reconciliation, including to halt the shipment of weapons into South Sudan. We welcome the important and constructive role of Uganda played in this, with the IGAD Special Summit for Somali refugees, for instance. Again, something that looks at the crisis in a from a total point of view. And Uganda's contribution to AMISOM, which is very important. We appeal here to the Ugandan and to the President, His Excellency President Museveni, and to the other leaders assembled here to continue their efforts in that direction. My British colleague has quoted strong language from the IGAD, so there is a strong recognition from IGAD what needs to be done and what can be done. We strongly urge President Salva Kiir of South Sudan to enact a negotiated ceasefire to stop the violence and fighting. And under the auspices of the African Union and IGAD, a permanent solution to the crisis can be found. We started with testimonials from refugees themselves. They're very strong. It's civilians who are suffering and who are bearing the brunt of everything. But if the region is united, it can be stopped. The people deserve better. Thank you very much.
Dankeschön, and I'll give the floor to His Excellency John Fix, High Commissioner of Australia to Uganda.
President Museveni, UN Secretary General Guterres, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be brief, very brief. Australia salutes the Ugandan government and the Ugandan people in hosting over 1.2 million refugees. And in that regard, I'm pleased to announce that my government will provide $5 million to support UNHCR to implement the CRRF in Uganda. This will assist Uganda's continued efforts in rolling out its inclusive refugee response model. while also providing much needed assistance and protection for the livelihoods of host populations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your absolutely exemplary intervention. I now give the floor to Ms. Elle Thorning-Schmidt, CEO of Save the Children.
Hello, everyone. Mr. President, First Lady, Secretary General, High Commissioner, Your Excellencies, Prime Minister, it's a thrill to be here today. To the people of Uganda, your story of development and progress is truly extraordinary. Yet, we know that all this progress is actually placed at real risk by the conflict and uncertainty that lies just beyond your borders. You could have chosen, Uganda, to turn away, to put up walls to the problems of others. But no, Uganda had the courage to step up. Even as more than 500,000 South Sudanese children have fled terror across the border and the refugee settlement of Bidi Bidi has swelled to become the biggest and fastest growing in the world, you still hold on to a deeply compassionate policy. On any measure of commitment, Uganda has delivered on its side of the global compact to support a more effective response to refugees. The same, however, cannot be said about the international community. As little as 16% of the appeal for South Sudan refugee response in Uganda is funded. Though the response to the education emergency here has actually bordered on ridiculous. Only a small fraction of the grossly inadequate appeal for education has actually been delivered. And to make those matters worse, the funding provided has been short-term and unpredictable, with no link between humanitarian action and long-term development. But friends, if we can't get it right here in Uganda, a country that has agreed to be at the vanguard of developing a new and comprehensive approach for the world to support refugees, we will not get it right anywhere. The fate of the entire global compact process for refugees is actually at stake. That is why Save the Children is here to say to the international community that we must and that we can do better. We have put together our challenge in a detailed plan to restore hope and rebuild futures for refugee children of South Sudan in Uganda. And we should do that through education, while at the same time supporting the support systems for refugee host communities who are in great need as well. Our plan is comprehensive, yet also realistic. And the plan points to opportunities, new opportunities, to tap new funding sources, not just traditional donors. Most importantly, however, our plan provides a tangible and practical example of how the international community can work better together to deliver for refugees. Responding to an education emergency, not just with short-term thinking and half measures, but with a real plan of action to give some of the most vulnerable children in our world a chance at a quality education. The stakes have never been higher. You have all heard from the children who are suffering what it means to actually get an education. Education stops wars. Education ends poverty. And if we don't help these children right now with education, there is no way we will be able to live up to Sustainable Development Goal number 4 that we have promised this world's children. And even more troubling, these children will know that the international community did not step up even though we knew it was needed. Let's reverse this now. Let's give those children hope. Let's give the world some hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. La parole à son Excellence Rivoal Stéphane, ambassadeur de France en Ouganda.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Museveni, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, all protocol observed. On behalf of my brand new French government, let me first warmly welcome this initiative. In this time of uncertainty and growing and lasting situation of crisis, the Solidarity Summit represents a real opportunity to join our forces for the refugees in Uganda and to start a new way of taking of refugees all over the world. As everybody here, we congratulate the Ugandan government for its genuine and unprecedented policy to welcome and support refugees. The Solidarity Summit aims at better articulating crisis resolution and sustainable solutions, development process and humanitarian response, the two sides of the same life for people in and out the refugee camps. We do hope that the summit will initiate a change of mindsets and make business as usual reflex obsolete. What is needed and tried here in Uganda is to look beyond the crisis, to plan for the future while addressing the most pressing needs, preserving lives and dignity for all. Whatever the origin of population displacements, be it conflict or climate change, refugees and host communities are important concerns for France and particularly in the African continent. By tradition, France supports population affected by crises in various ways. France is committed to help wherever it can. For example, in Sahel, where our civil and military involvement has ensured protection of population against mass atrocities. We are also very proud to contribute to the training of the UPDF, who are bravely intervening in Somalia through the AMISOM. France provides financial support through bilateral and multilateral instruments in response to hunger in Uganda, but also South Sudan, Nigeria, Somalia, Yemen, Kenya, and Ethiopia. France is also, of course, contributing to all the EU initiatives in Uganda and in the world, including today's contribution. The direct pledge of France to this fund will be modest compared to the needs. However, it will be complemented by additional actions, some of them at grassroots levels, and some more permanent and structural through the French Development Agency, not providing electricity to rural areas in northern Uganda where most refugees are hosted. This is a new approach, addressing short-term and long-term issues at the same time. And I would like to illustrate the change of approach as discussed in some side events about the private sector and the youth yesterday. They are twofold. The importance of creating conditions of a vigorous emerging economy in this area in order to achieve a sustainable livelihood for all. And the need to consider refugees not only as fragile, vulnerable people, but also as potential contributors to the local economy, future leaders, entrepreneurs, able to do their share for the development of Uganda and the world. But, ladies and gentlemen, the question of refugees is not only a technical issue, but also and equally a political one. It is important for us to tackle the root cause, we all said it, of the phenomenon, because individuals coming to Uganda are often fleeing violence and persecution. Therefore, pursuing common efforts for peace and stabilization of the region is important, and as important as access to basic services. To succeed, tremendous political efforts are required at regional level and beyond. We sincerely hope that they will bring peace and stability back to war-afflicted countries. For the region to prosper, peace is not an option. For the African continent to thrive, peace is not an option. And for the future of the world, peace is not an option, it is the only solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Ambassador Tariq bin Al Ansari, Director of International Cooperation of the State of Qatar.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. فخامة الرئيس يوري موسيفيني، سعادة السيد أنطونيو غوتيريس الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي والسعادة السيدات والسادة، يسرني في البداية أن أنقل إلى جمعكم الكريم تحيات حضرة صاحب السمو الشيخ تميم بن حمد آل ثاني أمير دولة قطر، مؤكدا اهتمام ومتابعة سموه لمجريات هذه القمة المحورية بخصوص أزمة اللاجئين، ودعمه الكامل لإيجاد حلول جذرية ودائمة للتحديات الكبيرة التي تواجه المجتمع الدولي للتعاطي مع الأزمات الإنسانية العديدة، ومنها التي تواجه أفريقيا، بما في ذلك إقليم القرن الأفريقي الحيوي للمجتمع الدولي. كما نود أيضا الثناء على الجهود التي تقوم بها الوكالات المتخصصة للأمم المتحدة والوكالات العالمية والبلدان المشاركة والأطراف المعنية التي بذلت ولا زالت تبذل جهودا جبارة للتصدي لأزمة هي الأكثر تعقيدا في مواجهة التنمية البشرية المستدامة، ألا وهي أزمة اللاجئين. إن مشاركتنا في هذا المؤتمر أسوة بالمؤتمرات السابقة ذات العلاقة، ما هو إلا دليل على حرصنا على دعم كافة الجهود المخلصة لإنجاحها والمساهمة في تحقيق أهدافها المرجوة، والتي تتلخص في تعزيز أطر التعاون الدولي لمعالجة التحديات الإنسانية والأمنية والتنموية. وإن العامل المشترك بين جهودنا وبين هذه القمة هو الرغبة الخالصة لدولة قطر في خدمة الإنسانية، والإحساس المخلص بأهمية التضامن والتعاون الدولي لمعالجة التحديات الناشئة والجديدة الاقتصادية والسياسية والأمنية، كما أن القيادة المسؤولة لدولة قطر تتعاطى مع هذه الأزمة وغيرها باقتدار وحكمة يقدرها العقلاء وكافة الدول المحبة للسلام التي تشارك معنا اليوم. وكان آخر تلك الجهود التعهد بمبلغ 100 مليون دولار إضافية لصالح الشعب السوري في مؤتمر بروكسل لدعم سوريا، والذي شاركت فيه دولة قطر وشاركت برئاسته إلى جانب عدد من الدول الصديقة والأمم المتحدة والاتحاد الأوروبي. كما وتستضيف دولة قطر على أراضيها قرابة 2 مليون من الوافدين من كافة الدول الشقيقة والصديقة، يمثلون روح هذا المحفل من كافة البلدان والأديان والأعراق، يساهمون في مسيرة التنمية في دوحة الجميع. الحضور الكرام، تدعم دولة قطر كافة الجهود المفضية لحل الأسباب الجذرية للجوء وحل الخلافات بالحوار والوساطة ووفقا للقانون الدولي، كما تقدر الجهود الكبيرة التي تبذلها حكومة أوغندا والأعباء الملقاة على اقتصادها جراء استضافة 1,300,000 من اللاجئين في أراضيها. وبالتالي تتفقون معي أن أوغندا تستحق الدعم بالموارد اللازمة لدفع المسار التنموي وبناء المؤسسات الاقتصادية في ظل حفظ الملكية الوطنية لهذا البلد. ويمثل إعلان نيويورك حول اللاجئين والمهاجرين فرصة لتعاون دولي فاعل للتعاطي مع أزمات اللاجئين. وفي هذا السياق فلطالما أيدت دولة قطر الجهود التي تقوم بها أوغندا لحفظ السلام في القرن الأفريقي، وخاصة تلك التي تقوم بها تحت مظلة الاتحاد الأفريقي. وانطلاقا من إيمان دولة قطر بأجندة التنمية الدولية وأهمية الشراكة العالمية لتحقيقها، وأهمية التعاون فيما بين بلدان الجنوب لتمويل التنمية في الدول النامية والأقل نموا وتلك غير الساحلية، استمرت دولة قطر في دعم أوغندا منذ السبعينات من القرن الماضي، ومن منطلق العلاقات الأخوية الممتازة في عدة مجالات، حيث بلغ حجم الدعم والتعاون المقدم قرابة 20 مليون دولار، كمثال على التعاون بين بلدان الجنوب ودعم التنمية في البلدان الصديقة والشقيقة. ويسرني كذلك إعلامكم بأنه اعتبارا من هذا العام تقوم دولة قطر بتنفيذ مشاريع هامة لتنمية التعليم في أوغندا مع الشركاء الدوليين والوكالات المتخصصة بمبلغ 10 ملايين دولار لدعم مشاريع تطوير التعليم والبنية التحتية للخطة التعليمية، انطلاقا من إيماننا بأن دعم التعليم ضمن الأهداف الدولية للتنمية يمثل خير وسيلة لتحقيق مجتمعات آمنة ومسالمة ومتكاملة تحظى بالعدالة وتقودها المؤسسات القادرة على حفظ الاستقرار لخدمة كافة أطياف المجتمع، كما أن غرس ثقافة السلام في أجيال اليوم بما في ذلك الأطفال القابعين في المخيمات سيضمن لنا مستقبلا قيادات مسؤولة تؤمن بثقافة الحوار ونبذ العرف ونبذ الإرهاب، وهذا الهدف هو محور تركيز للسياسة الخارجية لدولة قطر. وفي الختام سوف تستمر دولة قطر في أداء دورها النشط لتفعيل الشراكة العالمية من أجل التنمية في طليعة الدول المحبة للسلام وفق ما نص عليه ميثاق الأمم المتحدة والقانون الدولي، ولن تألو جهدا في مد يد العون لخدمة الإنسانية، وشكرا لكم.
Shukran. I have both bad news and good news. The good news is that half of the speakers have already done it. The bad news is that there is another half. So please be as short as possible in your interventions and avoid as much as possible the repetition of the same arguments that, of course, we all share. The floor now is to Mrs. Jesuma Minata, Commissioner for Political Affairs of the African Union Commission, representing the African Union Commission chairperson.
Your Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of United Nations, Your Excellencies, Mr. President, Excellencies in your respective capacity, it is a great honor and privilege for me in my capacity of African Union Commissioner for Political Affairs to address this very August summit on behalf of His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, who couldn't attend in person due to others pressing duties. Thank you, Your Excellency, for the invitation and the warm hospitality extended to me and my delegation in this beautiful city and pearl of Africa, Kampala. Mr. President, His Excellency, Mr. Secretary General, thank you indeed for this noble initiative to hold this summit, which is timely. Timely because the deepening humanitarian situation in our continent is worrying. Your personal leadership in dealing with these challenges, forced displacement in Africa, has been exemplary. Mr. President of the Republic of Uganda, African Union thank your government and the people of Uganda for your hospitality towards refugees. The open door by your government, which is unique in the world, has enabled millions of refugees from the region to find a place they call home. Your Excellencies, as we gather here, like on 23rd October 2009, let us be inspired by word on the former President of Tanzania, Julius Nyerere, who, while calling for humanity at the time, noted that we have refugees coming out of colonial countries, and our idea was treat these people well. This word of Julius Nyerere inspired us more to open doors to our brothers and sisters in distress. Your Excellencies, our continent cannot achieve meaningful social economic transformation without addressing root cause of forced displacement and resolute action to find durable solution. This will remind us all of aspiration 2 of the African Union Agenda 2063, which dream of an integrated Africa and a roadmap for silences gone in 2020. Durable solutions to humanitarian crises on the continent lie in our political commitment to address root cause. This is the reason why in January last year, the African Union Assembly adopted a new humanitarian architecture to strengthen the capacity of African Union and member states to coordinate humanitarian action. The new humanitarian architecture aims at transforming Africa's humanitarian action to make it more relevant, reliable, effective, and place emphasis on strengthening the role of states. The African Union will implement a 10-year plan of action to strengthen capabilities of member states. This year, African Union will operationalize an African humanitarian agency as a vehicle for Africa's humanitarian action. Mr. Secretary General, thank you for your efforts at global level. You can rest assured that African Union full support and participation in the processing leading up to the adoption of a global compact on refugees and migration in 2018. Mr. President, in the way of solidarity to this effort of the African Union chairperson himself asked me to convey this message of commitment to announce a pledge of $100,000 toward this noble cause. Later this year, the African Union will convene a conference on tackling internal displacement in Africa. I count on your support to make this effort a remarkable success. As I conclude, let me once again reiterate African Union Commission gratitude and support to countries hosting refugees. African Union call upon the international community, multilateral and bilateral partners and private sectors to support refugees hosting countries cope with the impact of refugees. I thank you for your kind attention and for your solidarity with Uganda and with refugees. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to His Excellency Domenico Fornara, Ambassador of Italy to Uganda. The next speaker would be Her Excellency Sarah Redke, High Commissioner of Canada.
Your Excellency, President Museveni, Your Excellency Secretary General, High Commissioner, Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs, all protocol observed. Allow me first of all to express my most sincere appreciation to the government of Uganda for hosting and organizing this conference organized with the United Nations. It is of the utmost importance that we continue to remain focused on the humanitarian plight of South Sudan, whose impact goes well beyond South Sudanese borders and affects the entire region, especially Uganda. We shall avoid that South Sudan becomes another forgotten crisis. It is therefore of paramount importance for the international community to renew today, here in Kampala, its firm commitment to provide immediate relief assistance to the civilian population and identify additional steps in order to ensure their protection. This is a humanitarian imperative. Saving lives and protecting the dignity of people wherever it is necessary, and doing it in accordance with the principles of neutrality, humanity, independence, and impartiality. Italy also hopes that this conference will serve to widen the donor base and appeals to all parties here to join in collective efforts. We commend the efforts of the neighboring countries, in particular Uganda, which hosts by now over 1 million South Sudanese refugees, 1.3 million overall refugees in the country. We acknowledge the enormous strain of this country caused by hosting a large refugee population over a long period of time. The Ugandan model in responding to refugee crisis is exemplary, as we have witnessed with our eyes yesterday. In view of the protracted nature of the conflict, we stress the need for a new approach to the international response involving bolstered support to the refugees and host countries and communities. We commend, therefore, the strategic and long-term focus of the Ugandan government, continuing to provide humanitarian aid to cover the immediate needs, but also increasingly addressing the longer-term needs of both refugees and host communities, for example, through improving access for refugees to land and labor market. Mr. Secretary General, Italian people have always been close to Ugandans, especially in difficult moments. Therefore, Italy spares no effort to work side by side with Uganda in this extraordinary endeavor. At the beginning of 2016, we have allocated 3.9 million euros of humanitarian aid in response to the South Sudanese crisis, of which 1 million was disbursed to support crucial humanitarian intervention carried out by NGOs and the refugees camps of Uganda. I am glad to inform that Italy pledges today further 5 million euros of humanitarian aid, and that 2 million of this amount will be specifically earmarked for activities to be carried out in Uganda by UNHCR and NGOs. In addition, we have just carried out, in cooperation with the UN humanitarian logistic base in Brindisi, an airlifted humanitarian delivery of various relief items in favor of the Rhino refugee camp in the Arua region. This is, of course, our initial response to the refugee crisis. Furthermore, and beyond ongoing development programs, Italy will continue to provide critical support through a soft loan to improve Uganda's national health system, particularly in the northern part of the country. This effort is in line with the long-standing bilateral cooperation with the government of Uganda, aiming at improving, also through partnership with various UN agencies, its capacity to deliver basic services in the field of health. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude by saying that despite our effort, there cannot be a humanitarian solution to the crisis in South Sudan. Only politics, diplomacy, and continuous dialogue can put an end to the inhumane suffering of thousands of innocent civilians and bring a durable solution to the conflict. Italy calls upon the leaders in the region for a renewed political effort. And let me remind, in particular, to the South Sudanese leaders and oppositions that their primary responsibility should be the promotion of the safety and the well-being of their people. I thank you.
Grazie. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Sarah Radke, High Commissioner of Canada, and the next speaker will be the Ambassador of Saudi Arabia.
Excellencies, all protocols observed in the interest of brevity. Canada commends the government of Uganda for its years of generosity and solidarity in hosting so many people fleeing conflict and persecution from neighboring countries. We recognize the immense strains placed on your country and the importance of international cooperation in finding durable solution for these refugees. Canada is supporting the newly launched World Refugee Council, chaired by former Canadian Foreign Minister Lloyd Axworthy, and with councillors from all over the world, including from Uganda. Ms. Devota Nue is Uganda's representative. This council will make recommendations for improved refugee response based on the principles of international cooperation and responsibility sharing. Canada has been a significant donor to humanitarian crises in East Africa, including for refugees and host communities. This includes Canada's recently announced support of $36.9 million for humanitarian assistance in South Sudan. In that spirit, today, I'm pleased to announce that in 2017, Canada will be providing 15 million Canadian dollars to organizations in Uganda who are responding to the needs of South Sudanese refugees in Uganda and to the needs of host communities. In a time of increasing anti-refugee and migrant sentiment, I want to recognize the warmth and hospitality of the government and people of Uganda, who have opened their communities to people who have fled theirs. Canada firmly believes that this recognition of our common humanity and of the importance of inclusion should be at the forefront of our discourse as we move ahead in this situation and in the development of the Global Compact of Refugees. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I'll give the floor to His Excellency Abdullah Fahd Ali Al-Qahtani, Ambassador of Saudi Arabia in Uganda, and I ask the Ambassador of Sweden to prepare.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. صاحب الفخامة الرئيس يوري موسيفيني رئيس جمهورية أوغندا، أصحاب الفخامة معالي أنطونيو غوتيريس الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الأخوات والأخوان الحضور، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اسمحوا لي في البداية أن أعرب لكم عن خالص تقديري وشكري لحكومة جمهورية أوغندا الشقيقة وفخامة الرئيس على هذه الدعوة الكريمة للمشاركة في قمة تضامن أوغندا بشأن اللاجئين. أيها الحضور الكريم، انطلاقا من تعاليم ديننا الإسلامي الحنيف التي توجب إغاثة الملهوفين ومساعدة المحتاجين، فقد دأبت المملكة العربية السعودية منذ توحيدها على يد الملك المؤسس رحمه الله على مد الجسور والدعم والمساعدة للمجتمعات والدول المحتاجة، وانطلاقا من دورها الإنساني والريادي واستشعارها في دفع المعاناة عن الإنسان ليعيش حياة كريمة، فهي تقوم بتقديم المساعدات بعيدا عن أي دوافع غير إنسانية، ولذلك فقد حظي بجزء وافر من هذا الدعم على مر التاريخ، وأصبحت في مقدمة الداعمين للعمل الإنساني وبالذات اللاجئين. ولقد حرصت المملكة العربية السعودية على دعم نداءات الأمم المتحدة في شتى المجالات، وبالذات في حالات الطوارئ ووقوع الكوارث. ومن هذا المنطلق فقد أنشأت المملكة العربية السعودية مركز الملك سلمان للإغاثة والأعمال الإنسانية، ليكون مركزا دوليا متخصصا للأعمال الإغاثية والإنسانية، وذلك في عام 2015 ميلادي. ويعمل هذا المركز على التنسيق والتشاور مع المنظمات والهيئات العالمية الموثوقة، ويطبق جميع المعايير الدولية المتبعة في البرامج الإغاثية لضمان وصول المساعدات لمستحقيها وبالجودة العالية، وذلك وصولا لغايتها وهي العمل الإنساني بلا حدود. أيها الحضور الكرام، إن المملكة العربية السعودية تقدم المساعدات للاجئين في جميع أنحاء العالم، وعلى سبيل المثال إلى الحظر في باكستان وأفغانستان والصومال وجيبوتي وفي إندونيسيا لأقلية الروهنجا. بالإضافة إلى ذلك إن المملكة العربية السعودية تستضيف الآن أكثر من 1.5 مليون من المواطنين السوريين داخل المملكة، وحرصت على عدم التعامل معهم كلاجئين أو وضعهم في مخيمات لجوء حفاظا على كرامتهم وسلامتهم، وسمحت كذلك لهم بالعمل. كذلك رعاية الملايين من السوريين في الدول المجاورة بالدعم المالي والعيني، وكذلك الأشقاء في اليمن سواء في داخل المملكة أو في اليمن الشقيق. فيما يتعلق باللاجئين في الدول الأخرى فقد قدمت المملكة دعما مقداره 59 مليون دولار لوكالة الأمم المتحدة الإنمائية للاجئين الفلسطينيين، والتزمت في عام 2016 بتقديم 75 مليون دولار لدعم اللاجئين بالتنسيق مع المنظمات الدولية. وبهذه المناسبة ونحن إذ نشيد ونقدر بدور فخامة الرئيس يوري موسيفيني على جهوده وحكومته والشعب الأوغندي على حسن استضافة اللاجئين ومساعدتهم، وتضامن المملكة مع حكومة أوغندا في هذه القضية. وكذلك نقدر الشراكة مع جميع المنظمات الدولية والإقليمية والمحلية في هذا المجال، سائلا المولى القدير أن يمن على أوغندا الشقيقة بالأمن والاستقرار وأن يسد حاجة اللاجئين والمحتاجين لضمان حياة كريمة لهم وعودتهم إلى أوطانهم بسلام. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Per Lingande, Ambassador of Sweden in Uganda, and I ask the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Bahrain to prepare himself.
Excellencies of the High Table, all protocols observed. Today, the world spotlights are on Uganda, and rightly so. Uganda has one of the most welcoming and progressive refugee policies in the world. Sweden strongly supports Uganda's generous refugee policy, which should be an inspiration to other countries hosting refugees. Uganda's approach to refugees incorporates the key principles of the comprehensive refugee response framework. It is now important to focus on how the CRRF can be applied in practice in Uganda. The link between humanitarian aid and long-term development has to be strengthened. Without undermining humanitarian principles, development and humanitarian actors must work more closely together for a collective outcome. 86% of the refugees in Uganda are women and children. They are particularly exposed and their specific needs have to be addressed both within the emergency response and within the long-term refugee assistance. It is crucial to apply a gender perspective from the very start of interventions and to ensure that interventions cater for the needs of women and men, girls and boys. This will make refugee assistance more efficient and sustainable. The root causes of the refugee situation in Uganda need to be tackled. There is a need for a long-term political solution to the conflict in South Sudan. Sweden welcomes the decision by the IGAD summit on 12 June to revitalize its effort. Urgent action is needed to prevent further escalation of violence and continued displacement. In this respect, the region has a key role to play in taking a holistic approach in assisting in finding a political solution. Sweden remains a committed humanitarian and development partner to Uganda. During 2016, Sweden provided $9.3 million in humanitarian assistance, an additional $4 million to long-term development of maternal and child health in West Nile. So far this year, $8.1 million has been approved for humanitarian assistance, and further $5.7 million will be committed for long-term multi-sector development assistance in the refugee-affected areas. In total, Sweden will contribute with $27.1 million for the period 2016 and 2017. And most likely, additional humanitarian support will be made available later this year. We will also finance the secondment of one personnel to UNHCR for the CRRF from August this year. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And I'll give the floor to His Excellency Sheikh Rashid bin Abdul Rahman Al Khalifa, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Bahrain, and I ask the Director General of Norway to prepare himself. Ms. Kjersti Andersen, Director General for Multilateral and Humanitarian Affairs of Norway, please, to take the floor.
Thank you. Excellencies behind the table, all protocols observed. I would like to thank the government of Uganda and the United Nations for hosting this conference. Uganda's refugee response is an excellent example to others. As we witnessed in Mvepi yesterday, Uganda remains committed to providing refugees with education, health care and opportunities for work. We commend Uganda for being at the forefront of the global effort to reshape refugee response. We are impressed and inspired by the response of local governments and host communities. The growing number of refugees, combined with the prolonged duration of displacement, calls for a twofold approach. First, we must maintain focus on the most crucial factor, addressing the root causes of the refugee flows, notably armed conflicts. They are man-made and require political solutions. The best help South Sudanese refugees can receive is an end to hostilities and the prospect of returning to their country with the hope of a better future. A ceasefire and a viable political process must rapidly be put in place in order to find a peaceful solution to the conflict. There is no military solution. Second, we need to enhance our support to strengthening the resilience of the displaced and host communities. Refugees who are given the tools they need to shape their future, such as education, health care and opportunities for work, are more likely to contribute to the host society's economy and to the rebuilding of their own society. Norway has made education, and especially girls' education, a top priority. We have doubled aid for education over the past 4 years, and we're also the second largest donor to the Global Education Cannot Wait program, from which Uganda will soon benefit. In Uganda, Norway's support to UNICEF, UNHCR, the World Bank, the Norwegian Refugee Council, amongst others, has enabled them to provide education to refugee and host community children. Norway has increased its humanitarian allocations dedicated to South Sudan, Somalia, Yemen, Northeast Nigeria and the Lake Chad region significantly this year, to well above $100 million. We also contribute through our core funding to the UN system, enabling operational flexibility and predictability for the UN. And Uganda and the region are important recipients. Locally, we will also support the ReHope program and implementation of the CERF through UN Women, UNHCR and various civil society organizations working with partners on the ground. We have already contributed $5 million additional humanitarian funding to the response to the South Sudanese refugees. Today, we are committing a further $4 million earmarked for refugees in Uganda. And as we witnessed in Mvepi yesterday, there is a need for long-term and predictable support. Norway will remain a strong supporter of Uganda and the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to His Excellency Andreas Melan, Ambassador of Austria, and I ask the distinguished representative of Denmark to prepare himself.
Excellencies of the High Table, all protocol observed. Austria would like to thank the co-chairs, the government of Uganda and the United Nations for organizing this Solidarity Summit on refugees. We admire the extraordinary efforts and generosity of Uganda and her population in hosting the refugees, in particular from South Sudan. The protracted refugee crisis constitutes a huge economic and social burden for the country and the hosting communities. We are impressed by the inclusive refugee policy of Uganda and investment in the socio-economic integration and the self-reliance of refugees. Coming to our partnership, Uganda and Austria, we have developed close ties in the 80s, and since 1993, Uganda has been a priority country of the Austrian development cooperation. Because of our long-standing partnership in the areas of water supply, sanitation, promotion of rights and justice and peace, we have also stepped in the help in the refugee crisis. And the Austrian Development Agency is currently implementing in refugee settlements and hosting communities in the northern Uganda the water supply, sanitation and hygiene component in the framework of the European Union-funded support program for refugee settlements and host communities in northern Uganda. To respond today to the Solidarity Summit, Austria can pledge 2 million euros in response to the urgent humanitarian needs of the refugees, as well as the long-term needs of refugees and the hosting communities. But please, we must not forget, and I join here all the other speakers of the European Union, that the refugee crisis is man-made and due to the armed conflict in South Sudan, which inflicts enormous human suffering on the civilian population. We are witnessing gross and widespread violation of international humanitarian law and human rights by all parties to the conflict. We call to all parties, and particularly also to the IGAD member states, to put an end to these violations. And we call in particular to the South Sudanese government to ensure the protection of civilians. Those responsible for these human rights violations must be held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to His Excellency Stefan Schoenemann, Director General for Humanitarian Affairs of Denmark, and I ask the Ambassador of the Netherlands to prepare himself, please.
Thank you. Excellencies at the high table, all protocols observed. We deeply thank UN and Uganda for hosting this important conference. The background is tragic. It has been well described. My message here is clear. We must meet needs and build futures not only for the refugees, but for the host communities. And we must enforce all efforts to make peace in South Sudan. Uganda has an open and constructive policy towards refugees. It's a good point of departure for the implementation of the CRRF. But the massive influx of refugees since July last year represents an enormous challenge. Perhaps Uganda has reached a tipping point because of the sheer number of refugees being hosted and still arriving. Challenges are many and complex. They include issues related to the size of settlements and the actual access to land. The key is to address needs of refugees and host communities. If not, tensions and conflict will increase. We fully support the CRRF and the Secretary General's new way of working in order to secure a sustainable, strong and coordinated joint response. Denmark has made important contributions in the form of humanitarian assistance in response to the crisis in South Sudan, both within South Sudan, but also responding to the refugee influx in countries like Ethiopia, Kenya, and in particular here in Uganda. The support is channeled through Danish and international NGOs and agencies from the UN, not least UNHCR and the World Food Programme. We have increased this support in 2017. So far, the commitment is $10 million. In addition, Denmark has made a substantial contribution to development activities in areas affected by refugees to the benefit of refugees and host communities. $40 million over the next years will be given to this. Let me echo colleagues on this key point about the urgent need to address the root causes and end the conflict. It's man-made and can be only solved if political leaders in South Sudan and the region get serious about ending the conflict. It requires political intervention, not military force. We join the call made by many here to enhance and intensify peace efforts involving all parties to the conflict. This is the only way forward to halt the suffering of the South Sudanese people. Thank you.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Ank Jan Bakker, Ambassador of the Netherlands, and ask the Ambassador of South Korea to prepare himself.
Members of the High Table, all protocol observed. In the interest of time, I will limit myself to saying that the pledge of the Netherlands will be €5.5 million extra money to the benefit of both the host communities in northern Uganda and the refugees from South Sudan in that area. The slightly longer version of this speech will be made available to the Secretariat. Thank you very much.
I have no words to express my gratitude. I now give the floor to His Excellency Park Yong-dae, Ambassador of South Korea to Uganda, and I ask the High Commissioner of India to prepare himself.
I will try to make as short as possible. Your Excellencies, we are greatly honored and we really appreciate the generosity of Uganda people towards refugees and the inclusive refugee policy of the Uganda government, as it has created a wonderful environment for protecting refugees and contribute to enhancing the self-reliance and resilience of both refugees and host communities. I have to echo, the situation in South Sudan is dire. As many of us has already pointed out, and His Excellency President Museveni has pointed out, this is a man-made crisis resulting from many problems like bad politics. And there should be due consequences and accountability, and impunity should not be allowed, because we've seen so much people suffer from this crisis, and we have come together in solidarity to seriously address this issue. To make my speech shorter, let me, because they say action speaks louder than words. So today, right now, my government, on behalf of my government, I'm pleased to announce that our country will pledge $6.8 million solely to Uganda, to UNHCR SURF program, and also improving access to quality education for refugee children with special focus on girls. This is on top of already $8 million we provided for humanitarian assistance to South Sudan, and also $300,000 to a World Food Program in Uganda. We have 300 UNMISS forces in both South Sudan, try to help the country stabilize, and we will continue to provide multi-year support for host countries like Uganda, so that we can better meet the longer-term needs of refugees and their host communities and bridge the humanitarian development divide that we often witness in protracted refugee crisis. Last but not least, I would like to thank Secretary General Antonio Guterres and your wonderful team you have in Uganda. I would like to acknowledge Rosa Malango for doing a wonderful job. She's not only a good coordinator among the UN agencies, but she's a good coordinator with development partners in a host country. And I think the model you have put in Uganda, combining humanitarian aspect with the development, will be a very good model to be replicated in other regions as well. So I wish you all the best. Thank you for your effort, and we'll stand you continuously in strong solidarity. Thank you.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Ravish Ankar, High Commissioner of India to Uganda, and I ask the Ambassador of Turkey to prepare himself.
At the outset, I would like to thank the President of the Republic of Uganda for taking this initiative to organize the Solidarity Summit. I would also like to congratulate the UN Secretary General for his tireless efforts towards ensuring humanitarian assistance to people in need and giving them a voice. India recognizes the progressive steps taken by the Ugandan government in supporting the refugees from South Sudan and the immense challenge that it poses. As a friend of Uganda with close historical ties and people-to-people linkages, I would like to place on record India's unequivocal support for peace, security, stability, and development of Uganda. Honorable Chair, India remains committed to extending all possible assistance to Uganda in pursuance of our support and solidarity with the efforts of the Ugandan government to host refugees. Government of India is pledging $1 million for this cause. Honorable Chair, the root causes of refugee movements, widespread and abject poverty and deprivation around the globe, and the recent conflicts that are happening globally need to be addressed holistically. The decision of the New York Summit on migrants and refugees to develop a global compact on refugees is a positive step towards handling the ongoing refugee crisis worldwide. India will constructively contribute in making the global compact on refugees a practical document. With these words, I would like to wish the people of Uganda continued progress, peace and prosperity, and reassure them of India's support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Sedef Yavuzal, Ambassador of Turkey to Uganda, and I ask the Ambassador of Spain to prepare himself, please. I am very sorry, Her Excellency.
Yes. Your Excellencies at the high table, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I have the honor to participate in this summit together with my delegation, which consists of Disaster Emergency Management, AFAD, Turkish Cooperation and Coordination Agency, TICA, and Turkish Red Crescent. We appreciate Uganda for all its generosity in providing international protection to refugees in spite of its own socio-economic, security and environmental challenges. We attach great importance and actively contribute to the UN-supported efforts. We are pleased that the CRRF is being successfully implemented in Uganda as one of the pilot countries. Such initiatives should definitely take into consideration the long-term needs of both refugees and hosting communities. Today, Turkey, being the largest refugee hosting country in the world and the most generous donor of ODA in the world, according to ratio of ODA to GDP, which amounted to $6.2 billion, which is a preliminary amount for last year, is providing protection to 3.3 million refugees without any discrimination. We are still maintaining our open door policy for Syrians who flee their country. Turkey's policy towards Syrians sets an example to the whole world. As such, Syrians are not forced to or restrained to live in camps. 90% of Syrians live in urban areas in Turkey freely. We strive to improve the living conditions of Syrians by means of language courses, education, vocational training, free of charge access to health services and labor market. We have similarities with Uganda and believe that refugee hosting countries should not be left alone in carrying burden and responsibility. Turkey so far has spent $26 billion US, whereas the total contribution we received from the international community remains at $526 million. This is far from meeting the expectations. Of course, our means and capabilities are not endless. Let me give you a few figures. Over the past 6 years, more than 25 million polyclinic services have been provided to Syrians, and more than 950,000 surgeries were carried out in Turkey. 224,000 Syrian babies were born in Turkey. Today, out of 835,000 school-aged Syrian children, 508,000 of them can attend school. Although Turkey is carrying an immense burden vis-à-vis these refugees, she is doing her best for Uganda in terms of humanitarian and development assistance. TICA and other government agencies and Turkish NGOs carry out many assistance and development activities in Uganda as well. Once the TICA Coordination Office is opened in Uganda, and we kindly ask you to get the MOU cleared for signing, we will be able to carry out many more activities in development assistance and humanitarian assistance. Turkey stands ready to work with the international community and with Uganda to address the migration and refugee challenges. We are ready to welcome Ugandan delegations to Turkey for experience sharing, for skills training, for technical support and capacity building. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to His Excellency Javier García de Viendrán, Embajador de España, and I ask the Ambassador of Ireland to prepare himself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General. I'll try to be as brief as possible as you have recommended. One of the hallmarks of our time, as everybody here knows, is the displacement of thousands of people fleeing terror and war in their countries of origin. Responding to the needs of these people, of these refugees, is not only an ethical commitment, it's a challenge that tests the maturity of international community. A challenge that calls for solidarity, responsibility, and joint action. A corollary of this will be the Global Compact on Refugees, based on set principles that we consider essential. First is global and shared responsibility, distinguishing between refugees and migrants, and promoting the integration of refugees within host societies. In this collective effort, Uganda stands as not only a pole of stability, it really exemplifies a commitment to multilateralism and provides a model for us, all of us, in its efforts to shelter refugees. Uganda has established a model of freedom of movement regardless of nationality or ethnic origin in an approach that views refugees as agents for development and integration, and I commend the country for this. The same spirit underlies Spain's participation in relocation and resettlement commitments. We're one of the 15 European Union member states taking part in the annual resettlements programs carried in collaboration with UNHCR. In this situation, present situation of economic crisis of Spain, we have allocated 16.3 million to the London Donors Conference in response to the crisis in Syria, 7 million to UNHCR for the World Food Programme, improving the situation of refugees, and 11 million for the budget of bilateral cooperations in programs to assistance of refugees. Behind all this, there are the conflicts, as you, Mr. Secretary General, mentioned before. Conflict, oppression, and systematic violation of human rights are at the root of the refugee phenomenon. It is not enough to act, we have to prevent. And this is one of the cornerstones of your program, Mr. Secretary General. My country, following these efforts, organized an international meeting on preventive diplomacy in sub-Saharan Africa held last March with the attendance of the G5, the African Union, ECOWAS, IGAD, and NEPAD. This prevention is especially important when it comes to the case of children. The European Union has announced the allocation of 85 million euros, of which a great part will go not only to this country, but also for children. When they become adults, the children crossing the border as refugees today will be the symbol of our success or our failure. And it will be a collective success or failure. Like that of all great challenges to the international community. So let's face it together. Thank you very much.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Donald Cronin, Ambassador of Ireland, and I ask the Chargé d'Affaires of Iceland to prepare himself.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. All protocol observed. Our statement has been submitted. You can follow me on Twitter for the main points. And in very short summary, the comprehensive response here in Uganda is fantastic. We salute it and we stand with you as a long-term development partner to Uganda. You are an example to all of us. We join with our other colleagues in the EU in highlighting the need to tackle the root causes of conflict and to push for peace and stability in this region. Ireland has provided 9.2 million euros in response to the South Sudan crisis this year so far, and on behalf of our new Minister for Foreign Affairs, Simon Coveney, I am happy to now commit to 2.3 million euros extra for Uganda for this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Mr. Stefan Jon Alphastein, Chargé d'Affaires of Iceland, and ask the Deputy Head of the Mission of Finland to prepare himself, please.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much, and all the best to the High Table, all protocol observed. Iceland sends its warmest greetings to the summit. Thank you very much for hosting it. We have already committed $500,000 to NGOs working in refugee communities. We are preparing to work with local governments in the communities that are hosting the refugees in Uganda. I cannot state exactly how much we are pledging, but we will be there with you. So, having said that, we stand shoulder to shoulder with everybody else today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now the floor to Ms. Ramses Malati, Deputy Head of Mission of Finland.
Secretary General, all protocols observed. I follow the line of my colleagues. I'll be extremely short, and you can then find the longer version online. Uganda merits attention and appreciation for its progressive approach and role in addressing the challenge of ensuring a comprehensive response to refugees. Finland is proud to support humanitarian action in Uganda. This year, in addition to our humanitarian core funding, as well as the other development assistance, we are proud to support Uganda with 2.2 million euros. This will be supporting on education for children and facilities for persons with disabilities. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Before giving the floor to the international organizations, there were two national delegations that did not respond when they were called. I would like to, first of all, ask if the Honorable Hamdi Sanad Loza, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Arab Republic of Egypt, is already in the room. It's not the case. Sheikh Rashid bin Abdul Rahman Al Khalifa, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Bahrain. No. So it's my pleasure to give the floor to Ms. Diaretu Gai, Country Director of Uganda of the World Bank, and I ask the Director General of the African Development Bank to prepare himself. We have 15 minutes more.
Excellencies of the High Table, all protocols observed.
That we have 10-15 minutes more, because then he has to close.
Uganda and Ugandans are demonstrating generosity and strong commitment to provide protection to refugees. The government of Uganda has consistently implemented one of the most progressive refugee policy and legislative frameworks in the world. And Ugandans have continued to welcome brothers and sisters fleeing conflict from neighboring countries, with many communities donating their land to host them. The international community, including the World Bank, is humbled by your efforts. You are an example for other countries to follow, and we sincerely thank you. Let me also express my appreciation of UNHCR and the UN agencies
and other humanitarian actors and development partners for their support to the government in responding to the current emergency. The massive influx since last July is putting enormous pressure on refugee hosting communities, many who are located in the poorest region of Uganda. Systems and administrative capacities are being stretched to the limit, social services are about to collapse, environment resources are being taxed at an alarming rate. The list of impacts is so long, and we need your support. You need our support. It does indeed fall to the international community to help the government respond to the situation urgently and comprehensively. And our support should not be a matter of shifting current program financing for national development priorities to the refugee response. What Uganda needs is additional support, significant additional support. Uganda is already implementing the Comprehensive Refugee Response Framework and the government-led Refugee and Host Population Empowerment Strategy, REHOPE. Through REHOPE, the World Bank contributes to a harmonized response to displacement in Uganda in order to support the government to better plan and coordinate the immediate humanitarian response with a longer-term development response to ensure an integrated approach, sustainability and cost efficiency. That is the new, or rather the Ugandan, way of working. The World Bank is contributing financially to REHOPE through a $50 million credit from last year in May. This one is aimed at improving access to basic services, expanding economic opportunities, and enhancing environmental management for host communities. But clearly, much more is needed. And Excellencies, I am pleased to confirm that the World Bank has been empowered by the deputies of the International Development Association to provide significant additional support to Uganda. Grants in combination with interest rate-free loans to finance medium to long-term investments that will benefit both refugees and host communities. The government of Uganda will be first in line to access this financing, and we are already working with the government and the Ministry of Finance and the Prime Minister's office to prepare a program that will help ensure that Uganda's progressive policies and practices can continue to be applied in the refugee hosting areas. This program will aim to mitigate the shocks with the keen understanding that 86% of the refugees are women and children. In addition to our current 2.8 billion portfolio, a large proportion which is in northern Uganda, the World Bank is pledging to make hundreds of millions of dollars available to support this program. The situation is urgent, and we also call upon the government to ensure that the preparation, approval and implementation of this program is fast-tracked. To close, Excellencies, the World Bank commends you and thanks you for showing the world what a progressive and transformational approach to refugee management and protection looks like. And I hereby express the World Bank's continued full support to assisting you in delivering protection and achieving development solutions for both refugees and host communities. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Mr. Gabriel Negato, Director General of this African region of the African Development Bank, and ask the CEO of MTN Uganda to prepare himself.
Excellencies, Heads of States and Government, Your Excellency Secretary General Antonio Guterres of the United Nations and trusted friend of Africa, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the African Development Bank, I'm pleased to join you this afternoon. Unfortunately, the president of the bank had wished to be here, but is not able to join. Mr. Chairman, the fact that so many African leaders are here in this Solidarity Summit speaks volume of the region's collective ownership of the problem at hand, as well as the search for a durable solution. The African Development Bank in Uganda has been a strategic partner of this country for many decades. The bank has invested in economic and social development of the country. Currently, the ADB has a total ongoing operations valued at over $1.2 billion US, covering across multiple sectors, including where refugees' needs are the greatest. The bank continues to prioritize the provision of basic services for poor and vulnerable groups, expand economic opportunities to enhance job creation opportunities for the youth, as well as improve local livelihoods. In this regard, over the next 3 years, the African Development Bank will invest over $300 million US in Uganda on agriculture, water infrastructure to meet the needs of both Ugandan and refugee populations. Food security and access to safe water will be key elements of the resilience program anticipated in this $300 million. Chairman, a developmental approach that responds to the displacement issues, along with current drought and famine, is key to a long-term solution. In this regard, the leadership of the African Development Bank has recently approved a comprehensive program called Say No to Famine in Africa. This program, worth $1.1 billion US, includes 6 countries, namely South Sudan, Somalia, Ethiopia, Kenya, Uganda, and Nigeria. Moreover, I'm happy to report that in the next few days, the bank will be disbursing a grant of $75 million US to meet the dire needs of refugees and displaced persons in Somalia and South Sudanese populations, most affected by the drought, especially the displaced and most vulnerable communities. As the refugee population in Uganda grows, it's expected to exert inordinate pressure on the overstretched resources of the country. Hence, the short to long-term resilience of both refugees and host communities requires significant funding. Therefore, the bank is prepared to work with both the United Nations and the government of Uganda authorities to explore innovative financing modalities that address the financing gap we are experiencing. In conclusion, let me just reiterate that the bank remains prepared to engage further with other partners on implementing the Kampala Declaration coming out of this summit, and will continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with the government of Uganda to ensure that no one is left behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'll give the floor to Mr. Wim van Helputte, CEO of MTN Uganda, and ask the COO of IHK Hospital to prepare himself.
Your Excellencies, the President of Uganda, the Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Wim van Helputte. I'm the CEO of MTN Uganda, who is the biggest telco company in Uganda, and I'm representing Mr. Rob Shooter, who is the CEO of MTN Group, who could unfortunately not make it today to Kampala. At MTN, we have been working for more than 1 year with several NGOs in the north of Uganda to enable them to send cash to refugees in the camps by using our MTN mobile money services. Furthermore, we have built several telecommunication towers in and around the refugee camps to give mobile telephone services to these refugees. Currently, we are rolling out even more sites that will be ready soon and will allow these refugees to remain connected to the rest of the world. But, Excellencies, today is about pledging. So on behalf of the shareholders of MTN, I have the honor to pledge 1 billion Uganda shilling towards the immunization of children in the refugee camps. This pledge will be implemented through our MTN Foundation and in collaboration with the Office of the Prime Minister, the UNHCR, and other specialized agencies and organizations. Excellencies, I thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'll give the floor to Mr. Baghat, Chief Operating Officer of IHK Hospital, and I ask the Director of Sian Foods to prepare himself. I think Mr. Baghat is not with us. So Mr. Dawood Esmail, Director of Sian Foods.
Excellencies at the high table, all protocols observed. On behalf of Sian Foods International and our company in Uganda, Sian Uganda, I'd like to thank the government of Uganda and the United Nations for the invitation to the Solidarity Summit. Yesterday, we had the opportunity to visit the Nakivale refugee settlement in Western Uganda. Some people casually refer to this settlement as the African Union due to the diverse resident refugee community. The unique approach to dealing with refugees in Nakivale and other Ugandan refugee settlements was of great interest to us. Refugees are given land and encouraged to become self-sustaining rather than relying on extensive handouts. There is an emphasis on skills development and vocational training for refugees and the host community. While walking through the exhibition that was put up for us yesterday, we were all impressed with the products and services that are currently being offered by the community. To complement this effort of capacity building, Sian Foods International and Sian Uganda pledged to work with the government of Uganda and the various UN agencies to develop and implement an innovative plan that will provide technical training and assistance to both refugee communities and host communities in Uganda for the production of bakery, dairy, and beverage products. We commit our team of Ugandan and South African experts to visit highlighted settlements on a quarterly basis for a period of 2 years. This pledge is aimed at ensuring that skills are transferred to ensure that the residents of Nakivale and other settlements across Uganda are given the skill set to produce high quality and cost-effective products that will contribute towards improving their livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes our list of speakers, and so I would give back the presidency to its rightful owner.
Your Excellency, the Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, the High Commissioner of Refugees, the Prime Minister of Uganda, the Honorable Ministers. First of all, I must explain that in an effort to emancipate you from asphyxiation, then I caused another problem. The rain came, and I don't know how you survived. But at least you had got the breeze from the lake. Secondly, I must apologize to His Excellency Antonio Guterres, because there is what we call Okongora in our language, which means that when you are cultivating in the garden, you leave one person cultivating, and for you are just sitting somewhere. I must apologize for Okongora. But actually I was not Congola, I was also doing some work. Only that I was out of sight. I was meeting the delegations who are going away. So I was sort of weeding the garden. But I thank His Excellency because he has sat here for hours and steered the conference to the conclusion. Now from the screen, I see that the pledges have gone $340 million. $340.6 million. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I thank all the countries who have contributed. You have really saved lives. These people, poor people of ours, can die if they don't get this support. Yes, for us, we give them land, we give them space, but they need food, they need medicine, they need in the short run. If they don't get it, they will definitely perish. And all these 1 million, 1.2 million people to die would be a big disaster. So I thank all the countries which contributed. The list is there, and we promise that on our side we shall continue to open space for these refugees who are here, our brothers and our sisters, our children from the neighboring countries. With a little bit of support, Uganda is enough to accommodate them. After all, our own population is growing. Soon we shall be 50 million people. So 1.2 million new entrants are not such a dramatic increase, only that they must be catered for. Now what is remaining is to adopt the declaration, the Kampala Declaration, and I will propose that we adopt the declaration using on some of the other issues where there was discussion, we can use the language which was in the IGAD declaration. The same language can be used even here, because there was some discussion on that. But if we use the IGAD communique language, I don't see why it should be any problem to anybody. So I would want to, we thank all the delegations for the inputs and flexibility shown on the draft declaration, which we present for adoption by consensus as the outcome of this summit, lifting the IGAD language into this communique. Adopté by declaration. So adopted. I thank you so much. We have come to the end of our meeting. This is unique. I don't know whether it has been done before, but me, I have not heard about it. This has been a very good effort, and I would call. Oh, it's now it has gone to 352.6 million. Now that we have come to the end of our conference, I would ask you to stay around and see Uganda. Uganda is one of the three points on the globe that are unique. There are only 3 points on the globe which are on the equator, but with a high altitude. You don't have many places like that in the world. One place is called Ecuador. I have never been there, I just see it on the map, but I suspect it may be like Uganda. The other place is one point in Kenya. Now the third point is this one here. The uniqueness of this part of the world is that we are right on the equator. Where you are sitting now is a few minutes north of the equator. Where you landed at the airport is right on the equator, the southern end of the runway, 200 meters from the end of the runway, that's where the equator passes. But with a high altitude. Here where you are sitting is 1,200 meters above sea level. This lake you see there is a lake on top of the mountain. And it slopes down into Sudan, South Sudan and Sudan, and eventually to Egypt. Therefore, it is unique, and since you are here, I would appeal to you to move around and visit and you see. I was objecting to this air conditioning because we don't need it. God has already done the air conditioning. Why do you disturb his work by bringing this artificial air conditioning which makes us develop allergies and all that? So stay around, savor the niceties of Uganda and come back. I thank you and I wish you good luck, and I congratulate you. I congratulate the Secretary General. I also congratulate myself somehow. For this wonderful effort. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We'll request you to come down here, and we're going to take a quick group photo together with the heads of governments that are here, and then we will retreat to the holding area.
Well, at this juncture, His Excellency the President, alongside, of course, his co-host, the UN Secretary General, you will stand right there, sir. Can we have heads of state, government, and leaders of delegation kindly join His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda to take a memorable photo of this occasion?
The few heads of delegations that are still here with us, would you like to please join into that group photo?
Just remember, as you look on the screen, $352.6 million collected for a very worthwhile cause today.
And ladies and gentlemen, to express the warmth of Uganda, would you like to smile as we take this picture?
Okay, let's take...
It's protocol to get us some protocol, please get us some chairs very quickly. We're going to request the press, if you can get to the platform. The press, get to the stage.
Okay, we have to do this quickly, please. Can protocol kindly bring us 4 chairs in the front,
You have
please?
it, the Uganda Solidarity Summit 2017 on refugees, wrapping up its 2-day sitting here at the Commonwealth Resort Hotel in Munyonyo, a conference that brought together hundreds of dignitaries from across the world. We had members of the private sector. We had also heads of government who are here with us. The president of Gabon, the president of Zambia. We also had the deputy prime minister of Belgium and several other heads of mission and representatives of various UN agencies and other organizations that are responsible for refugees around the world. So the reason there was a meeting here and the reason there was a summit here, this was convened by the head of state, President Yoweri Museveni, and the UN Secretary General to raise funds for a joint kitty or a kitty for the refugees here in Uganda, money that will go towards efforts to support activities of the UN agencies and other non-government organizations that are operating in the refugee settlement areas. The total kitty by the time of ending this summit this afternoon was $352.6 million. $352.6 million. That money coming from the contributions and pledges that were made this morning and the better part of the afternoon from various countries. I'll quickly run through some of these countries, and you will, of course, be joining us on our various social media platforms to be able to get the details of some of these contributions. One of the first contributions that came in was from the European Union. Here to announce the contribution of the EU was the European Commissioner for Humanitarian Affairs, and that was 85 million euros. Equatorial Guinea, 5 million euros. The United Kingdom, $5 million rather. The United Kingdom, $50 million. Saudi Arabia, 5 million. Well, those pictures you are seeing there are live from the Speak Resort Munyonyo. In the beautiful background is Lake Victoria, and so we also are expecting and initially the group photo by the heads of state and the other dignitaries was set to be held just by the lake. Unfortunately, that didn't happen because it's been raining at the Speak Resort Munyonyo, and so there was an impromptu, a place that was then, of course, designated for that photo opportunity, and that was inside the tent where the summit has actually been taking place. So still running you through some of these pledges. $5 million from Saudi Arabia, Japan, $10 million, Germany, 50 million euros. Kenya, our neighbors in Kenya, who also have their own refugee crisis in the various settlement camps in Kenya, $200,000. Australia, $5 million. France did make a contribution and a pledge that wasn't immediately shared during the summit. The African Union, $100,000. Italy, 5 million euros. Canada, 15 million Canadian dollars, which is worth about 11 million US dollars. Somalia, $100,000. Sweden, $27.1 million. Norway, $4 million. South Korea, $6.8 million. Denmark, $40 million. That, for you, if we could get you the full screen of that, that's the full contribution from the countries and organizations and business or corporates that contributed this morning and afternoon at the summit. $352.6 million the total contributions towards the summit, the Solidarity Summit here being held here in Uganda. I was still running you through the other list of the contributing countries. India, $1 million. Netherlands, $5.5 million. Austria, $2 million. China, $500,000. Ireland, 2.3 million euros. And we also did hear from the World Bank country director here in Uganda. We also had from the Africa Development Bank representative who also spoke at the summit. Theirs was more of a figure that has been contributed annually to the African Kitty for Refugees. The African Development Bank mentioning how much money to contribute to Uganda in the next financial year. They did mention they will be contributing $300 million to support Uganda's budget, but also support, of course, activities that are happening. So you have the figures there. The Solidarity Summit on Refugees, the pledges, 27.1 million from Sweden, 5 million from Australia, 100,000 from the African Union, 5 million from Italy, 11 million from Canada, 100,000 from Somalia. We'll continue to run for you these figures because this number is building and does total up to $352 million. The EU, 885 million euros, 5 million from Equatorial Guinea, 50 million from the United Kingdom. We also had, I think the figure I was seeing there was the figures coming in from Germany and Kenya, plus Australia, $5 million from Australia. You have live pictures of the luncheon that has been prepared for the dignitaries, the heads of state, visiting heads of state that are here, plus also representatives of the various UN agencies and support organizations. We also know that the Vice President of Sudan is here. The second Vice President of Sudan is here. We had representation from Kenya, representation from Burundi, and of course representation from the neighboring DRC. We had visiting heads of state, as I mentioned earlier, from Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, and Zambia, plus the Deputy Prime Minister of Belgium. Let me just share with you some of the numbers, and the reason a lot of the speakers this afternoon were thanking Uganda for a job well done in being one of the most receptive countries for refugees, after hearing, of course, the testimonies from the refugees who spoke earlier today. Let me just run you through, and we'll show you some statistics of the number of refugees in this country and where they are, because this is just, placement of some of the refugees and where they are and where they come from. Actually, this first graphic is showing you the numbers of refugees and where they come from. We have the largest number, which is 950,562 coming from South Sudan. We have another 218,981 from the DR Congo. We have 37,247 from Burundi. We have 35,941 refugees from Somalia, and another 34,000 1,745 from other countries, some neighboring countries, and the others, of course, could have taken a bit of a longer distance. So the total number of refugees in Uganda is 1,277,476. 1,277,476. That's the latest number of refugees. However, we also know that almost on a daily basis, almost daily, we have 2,000 refugees that are streaming in from South Sudan that will continue growing this number of refugees, and this will be looking different by the end of this month in June, according to the United Nations High Commission for Refugees. So here's the numbers in the different districts where these settlement camps are. And you might notice we're staying away from calling them refugee camps, but rather settlement camps, because the new UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, is actually requesting that we refer to them as settlements rather than refugee camps, because the status refugee does sound demeaning when somebody is actually settling in your country. And so he prefers that they are called settlement camps. So I'll stay away from calling them refugee camps, but settlement camps. So these are the districts where the bulk of the refugees are. You will notice that there's also another number of refugees from Kampala, and it's not there. So you have 23,838 in Lamour, 171,728 in Moyo, 224,343 in Adjumani. We have 272,707 refugees in Yumbe, 198,053 in Arua, 51,052 in Kiliandongo. Hoima has 45,805. Chegegwa, 66,006 refugees, and Isinjiro, 102,226. There is also a number of refugees in Kampala, which we will share with you here on NTV in our subsequent bulletins. So the total number, as I mentioned, of refugees in Uganda is 1,277,476. Let's cut back to the live pictures that are coming in from the Commonwealth Resort Hotel. We have entertainment that is being provided for the dignitaries at the Speak Resort Munyonyo. We just want to listen in and see if there is sound coming from there as we quickly wrap up this and be able to take a break. However, I must mention that we have the press conference by the two conveners of the Solidarity Summit. That is His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni and, of course, the UN Secretary General. Let's first listen in to the entertainment that is happening right now at the Speak Resort Munyonyo.
Chizigo chenna sudde bannange sure deal chigiri kusa techileka binamakula special shining cream nani bleach chikuleka kukala anti-aging baby face oil cream kangala zikonye wali wameni echiziga chinyiriza abami Shuadi zabuni wemalabe nebinamakula kuteleza nodda kukalayo wamma balina babebi Shuadi uko baby yobyo okaze munange weyo nechizigo Shuadi okuma mutindo
Shuadi basangibwa ku mini price wagulwa show.
Gallop Initiative Uganda presents the legendary diva PJ Powers.
I'm going home to Africa.
Live in a Jabrani charity concert in support of girls' empowerment at the Kampala Serena Hotel on 30th June 2017, featuring radio and whistle. Tickets 100,000 shillings, VIP 300,000 shillings, tables 5 million. Tickets sold at Kampala Serena Hotel, Shell Bugalobi and Shell Lugugo, or online at isaticket.co.uk. Powered by
Amanyo gali gasumbu omusawo nandagirira nana habo mauthi wa shira naona kakati nembere ngezia musange mufamasi wonna ne supermarket ekuli okumpi owona okuyita mapengo yennana habo mauthi wa shira.
The Shopper brings you the biggest shopping bonanza ever in Uganda. Get up to 50% discount on leading brands from the discount week of 20th to 27th of June 2017. For businesses to participate in the discount week, book your space in the Shopper coupon booklet. Buyers shop until you win prizes. Get your free booklet at your shopping malls, supermarkets, fuel stations, hotels, airport, airlines, and newspaper vendors. The Shopper, bringing you leading brands at discounted prices and enabling businesses meet their sales targets in just 1 week.
Don't you know that family planning methods can lead to deformities in your baby? No, that's wrong. Because of the spacing, you are able to raise healthier babies. Seriously. I even heard they make you too weak to work. Because you get enough time between your pregnancies. Your body has enough time to fully recover. Don't they affect your love life? Oh my dear, trust me, you are wrong. Not having to worry about unplanned pregnancies make things even more fun. I used to believe in all these myths. I now know that millions of women in Uganda trust and use modern family planning methods.
Visit the nearest Good Life clinic to choose a suitable family planning method and make you smile today. This message is brought to you by Ministry of Health through social activity with support from USAID. A good life starts with good health.
Daily exposure to different environments leads to a buildup of germs, oil, and dirt. These can cause blemishes and uneven skin tone. You need new Dettol Even Tone. It removes 99.9% of germs and is formulated to remove excess oil and dirt, helping to reduce the appearance of blemishes, giving your family the confidence of healthy, even-toned skin. For an even better you, new Dettol Even Tone. Dettol, be 100% sure.
Welcome back to Shopping with Jumia. My name is Caroline Flower, and this week we have another great offer for you from Jumia, Uganda's #1 online shopping destination. Jumia has got widest a variety of products from appliances, electronics, fashion, and so much more at the best prices ever. Simply placing your orders through Jumia.ug or the free Jumia app on your mobile phones. And guess what? Jumia will deliver to you the items no matter where you are in the country. All you have to do is pay cash on delivery or MTN mobile money. This week, Jumia has got an amazing offer that will make your cooking life much easier. Take a look at this Maker 3-in-1 blender. It comes in with a chopper and a grinder and usually goes for 92,000 Ugandan shillings. But of course, Jumia has discounted it for you at the best price ever. This week on Jumia.ug, you can get the Maker 3-in-1 blender at only 79,500 Ugandan shillings. And guess what? It comes with a 1-year warranty. Not only is this blender perfect for blending ingredients into pastes and smoothies, but by attaching the chopper, you can easily chop fruits and vegetables or grate cheese. And by attaching the grinder, milling nuts, coffee beans and spices becomes so simple. Take a look at the blades. Sharp enough to do the job well, and they're made of stainless steel, so you don't have to worry about rust. Also, look at how easy it is to attach and remove the different jars. This 3-in-1 blender has a powerful 400-watt motor, 4-speed options and a pulse button. So you can always find the speed that's most suitable for whatever you are blending. Oh, and by the way, the blender is available in both black and white. Okay, so now you know why you need this affordable Maker 3-in-1 blender in your kitchen. It is time for you to place in your order. Order the blender in a brand new condition at the best price in Uganda on Jumia.ug or the free app on your mobile phones. Not at 92,000 but at 79,500 Ugandan shillings only, and it comes with a 1-year warranty. So if you buy the blender through Jumia and it is faulty, the seller will fix it for you for free. Why waste time traveling to town just to find the exact same blender at 92,000 plus? And in case you were considering to buy the blender in town just because you're not familiar with shopping online, let me take you through the short and easy process. Once you get onto the website Jumia.ug or in the Jumia app, type Maker Blender in the search bar and you'll see the blender we're showing you today in the search results. Click on the blender. This is where you get to see a more detailed description of the blender, pictures and any reviews fellow customers have left about the blender. When you feel you know enough about the appliance and are ready to place your order, simply click Buy Now and the item will be added to your online shopping cart. If you have never placed an order on Jumia before, you'll be asked to fill in a few details such as your name, contact details, and the address of where you want us to deliver your items to. If this is not your first time shopping on Jumia, simply log in and proceed to checkout. During checkout, choose whether you want to pay cash on delivery or with MTN mobile money. Then click Confirm Order. As long as you see an order number, that confirms that your order has gone through. You'll soon receive an email or SMS confirming that Jumia has received your order. Before I leave you, let me remind you that this Maker 3-in-1 blender with a chopper and a grinder goes for only 79,500 Ugandan shillings only on Jumia while stock lasts. Get this affordable 3-in-1 blender by ordering for it on www.jumia.ug or the free app on your mobile phones. Jumia will deliver the item to you no matter where you are in the country. Pay through MTN mobile money or cash on delivery if you're in Kampala. My name is Caroline Flower and we are filming from the beautiful Urban by City Blue hotels in Nakasero, which can be booked through Jumia Travel. Thank you for watching Shopping with Jumia, and I look forward to presenting more great offers to you soon.
Girl Up Initiative Uganda presents the legendary diva PJ Powers.
I'm going home to Africa.
live in a job-learning charity concert in support of girls' empowerment at the Kampala Serena Hotel on 30th June 2017, featuring radio and whistle. Tickets 100,000 shillings, VIP 300,000 shillings, tables 5 million. Tickets sold at Kampala Serena Hotel, Shell Bugolobi and Shell Lugugo, or online at isaticket.co.ug. Powered by
Shopper brings you the biggest shopping bonanza ever in Uganda. Get up to 50% discount on leading brands from the discount week of 20th to 27th of June 2017. For businesses to participate in the discount week, book your space in the Shopper coupon booklet. Buyers, shop until you win prices. Get your free booklet at your shopping malls, supermarkets, fuel stations, hotels, airport, airlines, and newspaper vendors. The Shopper, bringing you leading brands at discounted prices and enabling businesses meet their sales targets in just 1 week.
I nearly lost my first child, Felix. We learned the hard way and decided to go all the way for my second child, Naigaga. Unlike Felix, when Naigaga's mother was pregnant with her, I made sure she ate as advised. We attended antenatal care. And breastfed her from the first hour of birth. Felix suffered a lot from our ignorance. We never kept him warm and clean, breastfed him for a very short time, did not give him nutritious foods, and we were always in hospital, not for checkups, but admission. However, we did things differently with Naigaga. We returned her to the health centers advised for immunization and regular checkups. We made sure Naigaga slept under treated mosquito net and learned to wash hands at an early age. Naigaga is happy, healthy, and clever because we did things differently. I learned the hard way and decided to go all the way with Naigaga.
That's his way of taking charge of his family.
The Ramadan Guide is brought to you by
Santa Lucia. You've got to taste it to believe it.
A balanced main dish at iftar should contain a source of carbohydrates like pasta, as well as some form of protein like beef, chicken, or fish, in addition to cooked vegetables. A balance and moderation are key to health. Make sure your soup includes generous amounts of vegetables such as nakati, spinach, peas, green beans, pumpkin, and carrots. These add vitamins and minerals to your soup as well as fiber, which are essential for a healthy digestive system.
Every day is a special day with Santa Lucia. Santa Lucia, you've got to taste it to believe it.
The Board of Governors and Management of St. Mary's College Lugazi cordially invites all SMACOL alumni of 2008 to 2012 to the Grand Joint Graduation Party on 25th June 2017 at the school, starting with Mass at 10 a.m. Your presence will be highly appreciated. For more information, call 0705 601 045 or 0774 245 146.
Welcome back. Let's quickly bring you up to speed on the Solidarity Summit 2017 on refugees that just ended a short while ago at the Commonwealth Speak Resort in Munyonyo. And we want to bring you a live picture from the Speak Resort Munyonyo. This is the pledges board, the board that has the total amount of money that has been pledged by those who attended the summit. It has, of course, representatives of the various countries around the world that made pledges to the Solidarity Summit, pledges that will go to help and support the services by UN agencies that are operating here in Uganda and national and non-government organizations that are operating here in Uganda. We'll quickly bring you back, of course, to studio. We'll try and keep that figure running for you. The total pledges $358.2 million. $358.2 million. That's the total amount of money that has been pledged by the various countries and corporate organizations and different UN, not UN agencies, but organizations that do activities with refugees. So here's the quick numbers from the Solidarity Summit on refugees, from the pledges that were made this morning. We know that from yesterday, the European Union had already committed 85 billion towards supporting refugees in Uganda. So we can try and take you back to that figure, the 85 million from the European Union. You have 27.1 million from Sweden, 5 million from Australia, $100,000 from the African Union, 5 million euros from Italy, 11 million from Canada, and $100,000 from Somalia that does have refugees here in Uganda. We'll, of course, bring you more numbers from the pledges of the various countries. Here you go. Kenya, our neighbors, Kenya $100,000, Norway $4 million, South Korea $6.8 million, Denmark $40 million, Netherlands $5.5 million, and India $1 million. We do have more numbers for you, yes. We have, because this comes to the total of 358 million. So we have 2 million from Austria, 500,000 from China, 2.3 million from Ireland. And we'll continue bringing you more of these numbers. I need to share, this is part of the $358 million kitty that has been put together by the countries that have been participating in the Solidarity Summit here in Uganda. After that, after Ireland, there was money that was committed by both the World Bank and the Africa Development Bank towards services and projects that are being run by the Ugandan government in support of the settlement camps. I want to bring you up to speed, as I did a short while ago before we took our break, on the numbers of refugees that we actually have in Uganda. So the total number of refugees is 1.27 million refugees, but that number does change every single day because we have about 2,000 refugees coming through into Uganda from South Sudan, where there is an ongoing crisis. And so you have more and more South Sudan refugees coming in. And for those of you who listened in to the various speakers who are addressing the summit before making pledges, there was continuous talk of the parties in South Sudan coming together to be able to craft out a lasting solution that would bring an end to the continuous exodus of South Sudanese into Uganda. So speaker after speaker, they were saying, yes, we will pledge money into this kitty. However, we must start tackling the issues around South Sudan and the factors that lead to the exodus of South Sudanese into Uganda. So there was a conversation on what can be done to stop or put a halt to the continuous crisis in South Sudan, with many calling for both parties, the government and the opposition, to sit down and find a lasting solution to what's happening in that country. So you had one of the leaders from South Sudan committing to dialogue with those in opposition, committing to a conversation with those that do not agree with the government in place in South Sudan to find a solution for the many South Sudanese that continue coming into Uganda. So that explains for you the numbers you have on your screen. You have 950,000, close to 1 million South Sudanese refugees in Uganda. Most of these are around the areas of Lamor, Moyo, Adjumani, Yumbe, and Arua. Some have actually been taken to as far as Kiryandongo and resettled there. So the questions many of the contributing countries were asking, I mean the point many of the contributing countries were making. We had this from Sweden, a representative from the government of Sweden. We had this from a representative from Denmark. We had this from the Deputy Prime Minister of Belgium before he made a contribution on behalf of his country and pledged on behalf of his country that the crisis in South Sudan must be addressed. But that's not just the only crisis that has led all these refugees into Uganda. There is an ongoing, of course, there are occasional skirmishes across the border in the DR Congo. There are, of course, some semblances of destabilized force or forces or a force against the government in Burundi that continues to create some semblance of a crisis in that country that has a lot of these displaced from Burundi who trek through, of course, the DR Congo and some through Rwanda and find their way into Uganda. But also we have other refugees who have been here for quite some time, and those represent some of the urban refugees we have here in Uganda. So I want to run you through those numbers. The 950,000 refugees from South Sudan, 35,941 from Somalia, 218,981 from the DR Congo, who normally come through the Kisoro and Kasese border points, almost the entire western region, through the various transit locations before they're transported to the settlement camps. And 37,247, as I mentioned, from Burundi. We have the 34,745 from the other countries that have had crises in the past, and you have a lot of their citizens here in Uganda. These are placed in the various camps. We'll share with you some of the numbers from the various districts where their settlement camps are. You have the biggest number of refugees in Yumbe district, and Yumbe has 272,707. Close by, of course, is Adjumani with 224,000. Arua 198,000, Moyo 171,000, Lamor 23,000, Kiryandongo 51,000, Hoima 45,805. We'll play that statistic for you and continue playing that graphic for you so we can show you the other numbers from Chegegwa, Kamwenge, and Isinjiro. So you have Hoima at 45,805 and Kamwenge at 66,006 refugees, and Isinjiro, this is Nachivari refugee or settlement camp, 102,226. The total, as I mentioned, 1.27 million refugees who are here in Uganda. That's statistics that don't have the number of refugees in Kampala. Some of these urban refugees that have been resettled here in Kampala, that number isn't there on your screen. I want to bring you a live picture from the Speak Resort Munyonyo, and I want to tell you something about what will be happening a few minutes from now. So the heads of state and UN heads of mission and, of course, visiting dignitaries are at a luncheon at the moment, just in a tent next door. However, this picture, and I wanted to request for a live picture to show you what's happening now. We expect that in the next few minutes we'll have the two conveners of the summit. And if I could ask the director just to show you, a very short while ago, a short time from now rather, you will have the two conveners right there in that tent at the Commonwealth Resort in Munyonyo. The two conveners of the Uganda Solidarity Summit on Refugees, that is His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni and the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, will be addressing members of the press who traveled with him. Some traveled with the UN Secretary General. Others are part of the UN media team, plus the local journalists, both local and international journalists who are at the summit. And they will be taking questions from the members of the media. So you will have a press conference that will be happening shortly, and we'll bring you that live. That specifically will wrap up, and this will really be the wrap up to the summit, taking questions on what next, what actions. If you follow the hashtag UG Solidarity, you will find a lot of Ugandans who are asking, yes, there is 300 million that has been collected, 358 million that has been collected. What happens next? Where is this money going to? Is this money actually going to come through? A lot of these were pledges, and I must mention, everyone who did speak mentioned that their country will contribute. So this is a pledge by a country, meaning that there will be a process between now and we don't know when for the UN agencies, the UN itself, and of course the government of Uganda to collect this money and put it in the places that most of these countries are pledging to support. So you will have countries that will, and most of them did mention that in the next 1 year, for example, Japan did commit $10 million, and they were very specific in areas which they will be supporting for the refugees. So they said they will be sending sending us $10 million to support the refugees in Uganda. That $10 million is just part of the other monies they have been using and have been contributing to Uganda in the various sectors within which they operate. And so most of the countries already are supporting Uganda, whether under the budget support or under their humanitarian assistance grants that have been, the money that has been coming, of course, to our kitty. But this will be specifically money that will be coming to Uganda to support refugees. So this money, the total of 358.2 million, will be going to support the plight of refugees in Uganda, the ever-increasing plight of refugees in Uganda. That number that always is now increasing by about 2,000 refugees every single day. We also were informed, and if you look at the numbers, that close to 80% of the refugees that are coming into this country are women and children. So we here at NTV will continue to follow for you these numbers. We'll continue to bring you the statistics. We'll try to bring you the faces behind these numbers. We'll talk, of course, throughout the week we were talking and have spent the better part of last week and this week in the refugee camps, speaking to refugees, understanding their plight, but also studying the Ugandan model of resettling these refugees within the communities, and not like the other countries where they are put in refugee camps and into settlement camps where services find them in those camps. This is a bit unique, and the reason the summit was called, of course, to be able to showcase Uganda's example. If you heard the UN Secretary General, he's very keen to mention that Uganda, with a quite small size of a country, had one of the best, if not the best, refugee models in the world. A country that has been the most receptive, allowing in refugees. And Uganda is now the third country with the highest number of refugees settled within its borders. So we are going to take a very, very short break, and as soon as we have the heads of state, the head of state, President Museveni, and the UN Secretary General ready to address the media, we will be back and bring you that press conference live here on NTV. Let's take a short break.
Life is brought to you by Reham Fun Time, and conquer your thirst. Fun Time, fun all the time.
Amanya gange nze nandose Rukia Namakula tunga kyalaani n'okutunda engoye ndi mukyala musuubuzi byenfunyemu kale nagulamu poloti mpeerera abaana bange mu masomero amalungi obuzibu bwensanga mu mulimu guno yinza okukola engoye nezibeera awo abantu tebalina ssente beegy'omugamba era aba atagisobola abalala bazireeta ne bazikolekera abo obubaka bwempa abakyala abakyala banyiikirira okukola basobole okweyimirizaawo.
Enjoy the fresh tangerine tasting Reham Fun Time and conquer your thirst. Fun Time, fun all the time.
Are you in Kampala, East, West, Central, or the northern parts of Uganda? Daily Monitor has got you covered every weekday with revamped regional news coverage. Grab yourself a copy and know what's happening in your area. Daily Monitor, truth every day. Gallop Initiative Uganda presents the legendary diva PJ Powell.
I'm going home to Africa.
Live in a Jablani charity concert in support of girls' empowerment at the Kampala Serena Hotel on 30th June 2017, featuring radio and whistle. Tickets 100,000 shillings, VIP 300,000 shillings, tables 5 million. Tickets sold at Kampala Serena Hotel, Shelbugo Lobby and Shelbugo, or online at isaticket.co.uk. Powered by
FIFA Confederation Cup Russia 2017 is coming to StarTimes World Football and Sports Premium. Tournament of Champions. Dream of yours. From June 17th to July 2nd. Russia. Germany. Australia. Chile. Mexico. New Zealand, Portugal, Cameroon. StarTimes Sports, beyond passion. Due to the copyright reason, this event will not be broadcasted in South Africa.
All day, all night till morning. Gano masape, 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 masape. Gano masape. This I know that a fiesta.
Kunkole ya Airtel Extra Masape ofune nyongeza ya data ya bitundu 10 ku 10 buli lwoteekako data bando awo n'olyoka okola buli kyonyumirwa kati nno nyiga star *5 olyoka onyumirwa ennyongeza ekyasinze ya data ku
Airtel, the smartphone network.
Gano masape.
Light it up. Light it up. Light it up. Light it up.
Today is a special day with Santa Lucia. Santa Lucia, you've got to taste it to believe it.
I'm warning you. It's for your own good.
I won't obey you. You mean nothing to me. You're not my mom. You're nothing
Your
to
mom
me.
died. She's dead and she's buried.
We spoke on the phone. You were all happy, then you come here with a long face. Say something. Come on, say something right now.
I just killed a man.
This is for you to learn, young lady, to never disobey me.
Well, tell me about yourself. What do you do?
I prefer to be anonymous, okay? Can I ask for the bill, waiter? Please bring us the bill, all right? Can we get straight to the point?
What are you doing? Huh? You were on the cell phone doing what? You were trying to send a message, you stupid woman? You left her alone. She was already sending a message to someone, then she erased it.
I heard what you're hiding at the Pleasure Palace. Is it true?
This only happens in the house of Samiris.
This is where you live?
The Timeline is brought to you by
MTN. Everywhere you go.
What is the latest in social media? What are you going to love and what are you going to hate? We bring you everything here on this episode of The Timeline. I am Ogutu Daudi and welcome to the show. Now, I don't know if you remember, but there was something called the poke on Facebook. It was the most digitally annoying thing that anyone could ever do to you. And somehow, gladly, it disappeared into the night. But we hate to be the bearers of bad news, though. The poke is coming back. It is being rebranded by Facebook in form of a new thing called Hello. Now, it's basically what someone sends you when they want to talk, but they're not emotionally invested enough to actually make an effort. And as if Facebook inboxes were not creepy enough. Right, ladies? Now, if you're a YouTube user, you might have noticed that YouTube has toughened its advertising guidelines. Basically, the kind of videos that can make money from YouTube's advertising platform. Now, last Thursday, YouTube added 3 new categories on top of the list that included content that was violent, sexually suggestive, had offensive language, and was discriminatory. They included hateful content, which according to YouTube, this basically means content that discriminates or disparages and humiliates an individual or a group of people. Content that's designed to stir up trouble has also been made ineligible for the platform. Facebook, of course, still keeps growing and expanding and introducing new stuff that we're not sure we need. But this one in particular I'm excited about, the new update to albums. But, you know, after the update, I'm not sure whether we shall still call them albums. With the new update, you can add other things like videos and check-ins and basically organize this content around one particular conversation. But also one of the weaknesses for albums on Facebook was that if someone added new content to the album, you would not see it because it would be stale and old. Right now, albums are going to be able to show up in your news feed when someone adds new content. Now, if you don't want to see that, you can be able to turn on and off notifications. But I think one of the coolest things about this particular feature is that it will allow a group of people to be able to contribute to one particular album and one particular conversation. Isn't this super? Of course, people doing campaigns are going to love this. And that's about it from here at The Timeline. Thank you so much for being part of the show. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter and on Facebook. That's at The Timeline 256 on Twitter and at The Timeline 256 on Facebook. Also, feel free to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you get this episode right into your inbox. And if you're kind of worried about data, well, MTN has this really cool thing, unlimited data. No caps anywhere in the country, so you can catch up on your favorite Timeline episodes, whether you're in Kampala or you're in Kotido. Just dial *165# or select option 7 to buy bundles and follow the prompts, or dial *150*55# and follow the prompts, select mobile money payment option. From me here, David, thank you so much for being part of the show. Goodbye, God bless, have a fantastic week, and catch you next time or now on the internet. Bye-bye.
The Timeline was brought to you by
Switch to MTN Unlimited Internet everywhere, every time, for everything. Dial *150*55# to choose your monthly package. True Unlimited is finally here.
MTN, everywhere you go.
This program is rated PG. It is suitable for children ages 8 and above, but parental guidance is advised as it might contain mild violence and mature situations.
No, don't you worry now. I'll get you out of here. Empty that box out.
What are you doing?
I'm taking her. I'm taking her away. Empty that box out. You're okay, my darling. In spite of all we've been through, you're more mine than ever. Be patient, okay?
Well, I think the two of you are going to have plenty of time to talk later.
Yeah, I'm thinking that we're going to be going outside now. And don't worry, we'll keep Yvonne occupied if she does show up.
And please don't give up. Please don't give up.
Fabiola, Miguel told me about his plan with Yvonne. This man you've got right here would do anything possible he could do for you. He loves you more than anything.
Yes.
Sweetie, I promise to get you back our Alma. And I will do that. I will get her back.
Miguel, don't you